Here we are, once again. Another week of this madness. Yeah. Sounds like my neighbor's mowing the lawn. Let's turn this down. There we go. 83 degrees, mostly sunny. Pretty humid day today. Here on the East Coast, United States of America. Gonna get started. It's Monday. Another week of paint along madness. Hot on the heels of our Abomination Vaults campaign session last night, episode 70. Should be an episode up tonight. Episode 67? 67 goes up tonight around 6 o'clock. You guys can watch that at your leisure. For those interested, let's see what the companions are all up to. I got that going on. I think I'm live on Dash of Alon today too. See the volume on my TV. What was I saying? Twilight Kin. What else we got going up tonight? I don't know. I think that's it. I'm working on episode 68 now. After that, I'm all caught up with the recent episodes. 69 and 70 are already done. They're ready to post. They'll be up in a few weeks. So yeah, that's what's going on with the campaign anyway. Got some content coming up for that. Meantime, today we're going to do some painting. Going to work on the 10 mil Napoleonics commission. I got to get that going. I got 3 more units to do, 3 more battalions. They're each about 3/4 done, I think. Today I'm going to finish another one and probably do a little bit on the next one, if not finish that as well. I want to get these 3 battalions done by tomorrow. So we'll do a battalion and a half. Had a great Darkest Dungeon episode Saturday. That was fun. A lot of stuff going on with that. I think I have those videos private, so I'm going to edit them and then post them later. I'm up to 5 episodes of that. Just kind of edit out all the other stuff that goes on. One of the episodes has a good little one-shot we did with Pathfinder. Yeah, so I'll edit that out and make it a video. I guess that's it. That's it. Alright, we're going to work on backpacks. Got to do the pom-poms. Pom-poms. So let's get out a hodgepodge of colors here. I don't know if I need white. Yeah, I will need some white. Oh, the backpacks are done on these. That's good. So we're going to need white for straps in the backpack. And officer plumes. I'm going to need some light blue for the eagle standard pole, as well as pom-pom. Pam 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 pam. We need some orange. We need some perp and green. Where's the perp? I'm never ready for these streams. I finally just sat down to do some painting. So everything is where I left it last week. Saturday. Everything's a mess because I guess I like to keep it a mess. Till I move. Here's some green. That's not the one I'm after though. That'll work. Oh. Man, what a pain in the butt this is. Get your paints together, man. I know. The week is done, I just push everything back in a pile. It's terrible. Here's purple. Purple, orange, blue. Somewhere here is a green that I use. These are all Vallejo colors. There's the green. Alright, so we got our pom-poms, we got the off-white. I'm gonna need some brass, shiny brass. Man, that's most of the colors right there. I think I need steel. I'm gonna use Vallejo Air Steel. It's an airbrush paint. I like to use that. Flows nice. And that's it. The only thing else I might need is some black. Again, Vallejo. Use that to make any corrections on it. So there's our little palette. Palette. We're all good. We're all set. Catch my breath. All right, let's get this off the screen. Let's go to our reference material. Reference. What else? Whoops. Ooh, that's not good. The miniatures in the project just kind of dumped a little bit. Let me fix this. Three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Yeah, this is almost done now. It was done weeks ago, but I'm not going to go into that. Doing a little extra for the project because the client has a convention coming up that he's hosting. He's got a battle in particular he's after, and he needs some extra stuff. So I'm pulling from the next commission of his to add a little bit more infantry and such to his current commission. How you doing, nerdy? How you doing, my friend? Haven't had time to stretch. It's a slow day for me. I was up late last night after the game. So, yeah, I got up pretty late today. Oh well. Oh, you know what else I need? I need brown. I need brown for the musket. I'm gonna use a flat brown for that. Yeah, these are all Vallejos today I'm using, except for this one, which is a Reaper, and this one, which is a craft paint, and of course my off-white, which is also a craft paint. Yeah, so a nice hodgepodge of colors there. That should be the day's work right there. How you doing, Dirty? What's going on, man? We'll see who joins us today on a slow Monday. Slow, 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 slow. Slow it is. I'm tired, man. Wore out. Whew. What do we talk about today? Kyle should be here. You're up to it, Nerdy. Feel free to drop in and say hello. Might see Karma. Why can I not remember that name, Karma? It's just a name you don't hear too often, Karma. And it's just a nickname. I know her real name. I think that would be easier to remember. Got some news on Ian, our good friend Ian. He's finally back from his 2-week fishing trip. He's having a good time. It's good to hear, Ian. Shared a picture. He caught his first ever fish. Not sure what kind of fish it was. So yeah, he's getting into a new hobby now. Fishing. Shoreline fishing. I guess he's doing it on the shore there, the coast. River fishing? Is that a thing in the UK? I don't know. But yeah, he's doing real good. We'll see him in the chats this week. He is back. Good friend Ian. Oh, and that coffee's good. Savage Worlds. I've been in the mood for some Savage Worlds for a while. Gonna do a historical RPG with it. I'm planning on doing some English Civil War. 1640s and 50s. Kind of a little flashing blade stuff I think would be fun. I've never played Savage Worlds actually. I want to do Deadlands with it, which I'm gonna be doing. It's in the works. Hey, Fernando, my good friend from Portugal. What you doing, man? What you doing? All is going fantastic, my friend. Been thinking about you, man. How you been? You finally getting yourself back into the hobby groove? Over there in beautiful Portugal. I hope all is well with you, my friend. I'm on vacation. Oh, of course you are. But it's a long vacation. How long you been on vacation? Yeah. Every day is a vacation. If you're living life right, there's never a need for a vacation. Your life is your vacation. Right? If you're doing things right. You should never want to escape your life, right? You should never want to escape. 3 weeks. Okay, Fernando, that's a good vacation. Are you still in Portugal? Or did you take a legit vacation somewhere else in this fantastic world of ours? Yeah, feel free to fill us in. Share some pictures. Doing some beach lounging. There's some mountain climbing or hiking. Planning your next few games. Or your games for the upcoming year. Ah, some beach photos. I knew it. He was hanging out on the beach. All right, I'll look forward to those. Got some beach photos. Compliments of Fernando. Terraniac. There he is. There's the man himself popping in. I knew if I mentioned him early in the stream, he'd come through. I knew it. Mr. Ionicus. Big time fisherman now. I got a message on Facebook from our good friend Nick. He's asking about you. I filled him in. Told him what's going on. Doing some fishing, some lazy fishing. Yeah, 2-week vacay over there. I guess on the coast, right? Are you doing coastal fishing or is it river fishing? If river fishing is a thing over there, I don't know. It is here. But yeah, Ian's newest hobby. He's a Renaissance man after all. Doing all kinds of things. I am back for a week. Just a week, mind you. Only a week. There are things to be done, says Ian. It's good to hear from you, Ian. It's been a while. Let me take a deep breath here. I talk too much. I'm at Sesimbra Beach. Okay, we'll have to take a look at that. We'll look up Sesimbra Beach. Don't tell me where it is. It's probably over there in Portugal, I'm guessing. But we're going to take a look at that in a bit. See where Fernando is hanging out, doing some beaching. Please, not from the nude beach. Let's hope it's not a nude beach. Maybe it is. Maybe Fernando. Maybe that's the way he rolls. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, nerdy. I hope Ian isn't visiting the nude beaches doing some fishing. Sent me a pic. It didn't look so. No, I think it's okay over there in the UK. Any nude beaches in the UK, Ian? Oh, the visuals. It's too much. I got to stop. Deep breath. We have a well-stocked lake at the holiday park. Okay. But river, canal, beach, and boat fishing are big over here too. Ah, okay. I didn't know that. I know coastal fishing is a thing. Oh, that's great, man. Nothing wrong with it. Just don't want to see pics of it, says Nerdy Ogie. Nerdy Ogie? Nerdy Ogre. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Nerdy. It all depends, you know. It all depends. It all depends. Yeah, you gotta watch those fish right there. Nerdy Ogre giving us a good solid reminder. Take note. Those nudist beaches. Yikes. To watch ourselves. Thanks for that, Nerdy. Some good advice there. Yep. I wouldn't give my worm a second chance. Cut-em-bumps. Where's my sound effects? We need our sound effects. Soundboard is disabled when deafened. Am I deafened? Alright, what's undeafened? What's the matter with me? So one more time. Yeah, rock and roll. Well, it's good to know everybody's having a good day today. Ian's back for a week. Dirty Ogre's chilling. Fernando's still on vacay at the beach. Checking in with us. Getting ready to do some hobby time pretty soon, I imagine. Right, Fernando? Who else we got in the Chataloony here? That's it for the moment. We shall see what happens next. I got news on the 40K front for you, Ian. Jesse has started a new army. He started a new army because he's got nothing left to paint, so he decided to get a new army while he was at it. And yeah, that's because I'm not painting at the moment. Hold on, Ian. I'll get there in a second. Unless you don't want to see my bug. Maybe you don't. Let's go up in the corner there and leave it. A little too distracting. Nothing to see here at the moment. That's Ian keeping an eye on me, making sure everything's on the up and up. Yeah, his new faction is the Golden Boys, the Custodes, the Adeptus Custodes, and he's almost all done painting the box of miniatures he bought. He bought one of those combat patrols. Pretty expensive too, like $140 or $50 or something, 150. But yeah, he bought that and he's got them almost done after about maybe 2 weeks. And they look great. He's putting a little more effort into these. So he's got 3 armies now. Necrons, Death Guard, and the Golden Boys, as I refer to them as. Got some pictures of his men. I'll show them. I'll show those little miniatures he did. Let me see what I got here on the Discord. I think I shared them. That's it. The Custodians of the Golden Throne. Let's see, where did I put them? He's doing a great job, man. So him and Jake are zipping along. We haven't played a game in over a year now. Man. But it's coming. Let's see. Here's a couple pics. Let me share this. I don't think I have a screen open for this. I don't think I do. Let me see. Alright, I don't want to use that screen. Let me try this one. Got to do a little screen capture. That's the same thing. Alright, let me see. Let us see. Discord. Yeah, here we go. Let's bring this up. Yeah, he's still doing his Necrons. Granted, I think Jesse painted most of them. But Jake, he's painting here and there, little figures here and there. He's getting more and more interested in it. He's already pretty interested in it. We just haven't had time to actually sit and play. I saw him a couple times this week. Coop was here visiting for a week. Jesse brought over some of the models to show me. Yeah, they look great. He's got a bunch of these bikers here. I think that's the close-up of the shoulder patch. It's got like white feathers. It's interesting how he painted these. He spray painted over the bare plastic with gold paint. Just spray painted the whole thing gold. And then he used one of those speed paint ink washes. Well, it's not an ink wash. It's speed paint. He used whatever it is, whatever it's called. It's a flesh color. And he used it like a wash over the gold. I don't know if you could see it, but it really worked out really well. Like a wash, because he doesn't have the strong tone. He has to get some.
Oh, hello there.
How you doing, Kyle? Just describing here. Jesse's project that he's working on with the Custodes. Here's some of these guys here. He's doing a really good job.
He got them coming together, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's a powerhouse army, so there's not many models. There's like 3 of these bike guys. I wish I had a picture of those somewhere. Let me look. And he's got like 6 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's one more. And then he's got like 10 or so of the Sisters of Silence. And that's it. That's what comes in the combat patrol. That's what he wanted, so there he goes. He's doing a good job with his painting. Let me look for one more picture. There's one of his bikes. Done. I think he finished the bikes. I don't know if they're in here or not. Other hobby, miniatures. There's Eric Elder. He posted a video recently. Hold on, Kyle. Let me... Go ahead, Kyle. What'd you say?
I think he posted one in Abomination Vault's channel at one point in time, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he mistakenly posted it in this one. Here we go. Secrets of the Dragon Emperor, which is Drakdamana. So here's the bikers. They're all done. Look at that. Nice.
They look cool.
Yeah. So that's progress in his army. So he's got Necrons, he's got Death Guard, and he's got these guys, the Golden Boys. He's already planned his next purchase. Terminators. I guess these guys have Terminator armored guys too. I think. Something like that. I'm playing Jagged Alliance 3. Oh, do I remember that? That's a long time ago. Jagged Alliance. I remember the original. Enjoyed a lot. Jake's still working on Necrons, Custodians of the Golden Throne. Yeah, so that's what he's working on, Ian. So, yeah. All is good. Oh, here's some more news, Ian. I don't think you know anything about this. Buckle up. Buckle up, Ian. You ready? But I don't think I ever said this before, but Jesse's going to have another kid. And he just found out. It's due in December. And he just found out whether it's a boy or girl. I think it was last weekend. Well, the weekend before last weekend. Last week when it was yesterday. And it's going to be a girl. Her name's going to be Arya. Arya. And yeah, due in December. So we've got a new gamer coming in. I knew it was going to be a girl. I'm excited about that. So once again, I am a great uncle. Won't be long, I'm going to be a great great uncle. I got nieces and nephews all over the place. But yeah, so he's got another kid coming in December. It's going to be a little girl, and so far so good. So it's going to be another gamer to indoctrinate that you guys are going to see in my paint-alongs. Coming soon. My co-hosts, Jake and Arya. I mean, like that.
I can't wait to get my hands on the little baby. I just want to squeeze them cheekies.
That's right, Ian. Congratulations indeed. Thanks for that, Ian. It's going to be good to see, though, huh? Little girl. I feel good for Jake. He's already got... how do I describe it? Jang, of course, is Thai, and she's got a lot of Thai friends over here in America. And they all kind of treat each other like family. You know, a lot of them have kids and they're married. And they're about Jake's age. So Jake considers, you know, some of them as siblings as well. At least one. And he made it crystal clear to me the other day, the last day I saw him. I said, "Oh, you're going to have a sister. How do you feel about that?" He says, "I already have a sister." "You do?" Yeah, and he told me her name. It's one of Jang's friends, who's Thai as well. I know which one it is. I've seen her. But yeah, she's a cute little girl, and she's about his age. So yeah, I know what he's saying. But yeah, he's excited. We'll see how excited he is once she pops out, and he's got to help take care of her. Yowzers. But yeah, that's good stuff, man. I'm happy. So how you been, Kyle? How was everything today?
Oh, it's just a Monday. I don't think I've ever cleaned up as much blood on doors as I think I did. Because, yeah, it looks like a few of them good old boys got into a disagreement over the weekend, we'll say. And yeah, they broke sinks and showers, and yeah, it's been a day.
Slow day for me. I got up late. Just exhausted. Still waiting on materials for the house. So that hasn't gone anywhere the past week. I gotta talk to my sister. See where we're at. And it's been raining constantly. Oh, man. Which is rough, On the new house, it's got a leak in there I gotta fix. But again, I gotta wait for stuff, so can only do what I can do. But it'll be okay. Get things rolling this fall. Have to. I'm gonna be running games and stuff out in my new house this fall.
There we go.
I wish it was new. It would be new for me. I got to get that all set up. Got carpeting to put in. I got the door to put up. I could put that up now, but there's no point to it. I got to get some sheetrock. That's part of the materials we got to get. We got to get a bunch of stuff, and I'm waiting on my sister to kind of help with that, since she lives right next door. She's right there. Same house. Kind of like apartments. There's her section, and then there was my other sister's section. It's one building, but it's two separate apartments, I guess you could say.
Right.
So, but we're getting there. We'll be all right. Got the stove to move out. Big old wood coal burner I could move out there. Jesse's going to help me with. I've got lots of wood. Going to be a lot easier to work on. I don't know what I'm going to do about the chimney. I've got a chimney in the back I could hook to. There's a pipe. There's a hole right there to put a pipe in. I could do that, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. It's too far away from where I want the wood stove to be. So I might have to make a chimney, which is doable. Very doable. So we'll see. But first, I got to do this basic stuff. Repair the floor in a couple spots, repair a leak in the roof, then put up the door/wall in the back. Easy. That's easy stuff. I got the door ready to put in. And that's it. It's all minor stuff, so yeah. Once we're good to go, I could get this done real quick. And then it's just moving in the carpet, the stove, and so on and so forth. But I'm hanging in there. I'm keeping the faith. We'll get this done, Ian. I'm giving my sister a little time. One of the things about living over here in the States is if you own property, you got to pay taxes. You got to pay taxes on land, the right to own land. You don't own anything in this country. The government owns everything. They give you property and say, okay, you're the owner. Here you go. You buy it. There it is. You paid for it. All's good. No, it's not good, because you got to pay taxes on that land every single year. It's like paying rent. So you really don't own it, do you? You don't. And if you don't pay the taxes, what happens? The property gets sold by the government. They sell it to somebody who does have the money to pay for the taxes. We pay about $8,000 a year in taxes, just for property tax. And Yes, I don't know why I'm going on a rant about that. I must have triggered myself there. Sorry. Right, Kyle?
Hey, that's okay.
You own your own property down there. Your old man?
Just do.
Yeah, you pay property tax. How many acres you got?
Just one, and it's well over $1,000.
Well, wow.
Yeah, so it sucks. And yeah, it's yeah, because we're taxed to high buck, and it's just.
Congrats, says Fernando. Thanks, Fernando. Be great having a second gamer here. Man, this camera makes me look pale as a ghost. I don't think I'm that pale, am I? I don't think so. I've been outside a lot, but not as much this year. Not as much. Not as much, sadly. Because of the house and work here, just painting all the time. Just, it's crazy. I hate it, but, you know, what can you do? Anyway, let's change the topic. Kyle, what would you like to discuss today?
Oh my! Hell. How about we talk about the good old level up that we had?
Yeah, everybody's level 7. We had a great session yesterday. Well, we talked enough about that. What else can we talk about? Oh, let me show off my Repentia for Ian. I don't think Ian cares about our Pathfinder games, so we're going to keep the topics a little more relevant since I haven't talked to him in a while. Check that out, Ian. Check that out. We got the base coats going on there. I've got another highlight to put on. The ribbons. Whiten it up a little bit. It's pretty cool. They got little fleur-de-lis pins in their flesh and in their scrolls. Yeah, she's looking pretty good. My Repentia. I love them. I love them. See, I've been working on the scrolls. That's just basically yellow ochre. Vallejo yellow ochre with a strong tone wash over it. That's all it is. I think I highlighted this a little bit with some pure yellow ochre. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some off-white to the yellow ochre, and I'm going to really whiten it up a little bit. Yeah, so I painted the ribbons on these two. That's about it. In case you didn't see the others, let me bring those two down. See where they're at. Come on, lady. This is my favorite one. She's got to focus for me. Come on. You're my fave. These are my little girlfriends. My little dolls. What, Kyle?
Fresh has multiple girlfriends. You heard it here first.
Oh, I've got an army. Come on. There she is. She's my fave. Gotta highlight the flesh as well. That's just washed, so it looks very dark. I think I highlighted her face a little bit. Just a little bit. Could use more. But look at all that metallic work. Look at that on her knee. Pretty awesome. Yeah. What do you think of that, Fernando? Slowly but surely. It's getting there.
Well, steady runs the race.
this stuff on their arms and stuff. Come on, focus. Let's see some detail. Look at that. It's going through her skin there. That's so cool. Yeah, so that's the progress on them. They're looking good, man. I love them. And I got the Sister Superior for them. So there's 5 in all, the Repentia. That's all I've done. You've seen the other 5. A little at a time. Yeah. Let's scroll up here. That's my plan. We do have a yearly council tax to pay, but I do actually own the house and the land. The tax is about £1,000 a year for service. So what is that, like $2,000? $2,000, about that. I think, or is it the other way around? I think it's the other way around.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I can't remember. I think it's the other way around. So £1,000 would be what, about $600-800, or is it the other way around? $1,000 equals about 2,000 or 800 or 1,800, something like that.
Be about $1,200.
1,200, okay. Ah, boy. A year for services, etc. Those figures look great, says Ian. Thanks, Ian. Nice one, says Fernando. Thanks, Fernando. I try. Oh. So, yeah. Gonna work on these Napoleonics now.
Oh, nice. Breaking up the big stuff.
So what are you thinking about getting into for miniatures? You thinking you're going to get into this miniatures hobby, Kyle? And if so, what would it be? Wargaming.
One day, maybe. It would have to be, Greek, Roman, or medieval knights to start off with.
Okay. Okay.
And I can work my way into other avenues. Like I can work into the French, I can work into Warhammer.
There's different scales you can collect and paint too. They don't have to be 28 mil. Another good scale to get into, which is fun to paint. You get reasonable detail on your models. They look great. It's 15 mil or 18 mil. 15 mil. That's a good scale. There's a lot of options available to you for historical periods in 15 mil. Lots. They're a little bit cheaper than the 28s, and they're quicker to paint.
All right.
I prefer the bigger scale figures, 28 millimeter ones, because I just like the looks of it and I enjoy the painting. But if you want to fight big battles and not worry too much about the painting, or at least as much, it's an option not to worry as much. 15 mil would be the way to go. There's also 10 and even 6 mil and even 2 and 3 millimeter, which no detail on those things.
Oh, that would be like really, really. How would you even paint a 2 mil?
Well, that's the point. You don't have to worry too much about painting them. You just dab some paint on and hey, you're done.
Yep. Good enough. What's up, Squirrel? How you doing?
Squirrel, of course, he loves 15 mil.
15 mil guy.
Yeah, he's a 15 mil guy. Like me at one time. So Kyle likes the historicals. He's a fan of Ancients period. Rome, Greece, and also the medieval era. He knows he knows quite a bit about the Roman era. Kind of surprised me. He's been doing some research. He knows a lot about Roman tactics and battles, right?
I know a bit, yeah.
You do. You do.
Yeah. Especially growing up, like as a kid, going into the library, like I would get books on Rome or books on Greece and just read them for hours.
Same here. Yep.
And I would just soak it up and then just read for hours.
$1,200. Finger trouble. How you feeling, by the way, Ian? How's the old health going? You feeling all right? I imagine that fishing trip, that little 2-week fishing trip, did you really good. I hope Josie's doing well as well. Ancients, 15 mil. Yeah, I could probably help you get started with that if you wanted to go with 15 mil. I got tons of unpainted 15 mil Ancients that I may not sell. I might just give away. I gave Squirrel some of my stuff. He has some of the feudal English, some of which I painted. I gave him a few extra blisters. But yeah, I have tons more different armies. I don't think I have many Romans left. I sold them all off. I either painted them all or sold them all. If they were painted, they sold. Yeah, if I have some, if you're interested, I'll send along some models your way. Get a start on something. We'll see. If you want to do the armies of Rome, I got plenty of opponents for Rome. I got a Carthaginian army. I've got probably a few Gauls left.
Oh my.
Yeah, I probably have some of them left. Match. I've got Numidians. I've got some Greeks. I got a whole boxed army for DBA. I can't remember the manufacturer. Zeiston. It's a box set. I think I took out the Numidian light cavalry though and used them in my Roman army, because they were used as allies. So they're sold. I got a ton of stuff. I'd have to look. And I got lots of feudals, lots of feudal English. Some of it's painted. I'm thinking of keeping it. I gave some to Squirrel, and a lot of it's left over. I might keep just for DBA or something. De Bellis Antiquitatis. I might. I don't know if I want to just give it away. Could sell it, but whatever. I don't care. I'd rather give it to somebody. There's not that many. But I have lots of unpainteds as well. So if you want to do like late 13th century feudal English or any European army at that time period, because they all look very similar. The battle dress was very similar, whether they were Germans or French. These guys could be used for all of those different armies. I could give you a bunch of those. I could look around. Maybe I got some rules that are up to date and current I could send to you. Like DBA would be great, because you don't need many miniatures to play big battles of that. You only need a 2-foot square area. It's yeah, it's a good way to get into Ancients gaming. Might have some bases I could give you from Litgo. I got all kinds of stuff. I just have stuff that I've collected over the decades that I just am not going to use. I'm very focused on what I do nowadays in my hobby. And Some of
Yeah.
this stuff I'm keeping, but a lot of it I'm just going to sell or give away to people that, could use it, like Squirrel. Because it's doing no good here. I don't like the idea of collecting stuff and holding on to stuff till I'm dead. Screw that.
Yeah, let somebody get some use out of it.
Share the wealth, says Squirrel. Bring it on. I am fine. Had a bit of a summer cold, but no great shakes. Gone now. Josie is much the same. No idea of who I am, but I am used to it now. Well, I don't know. It's good she's still with us. So that's good news.
Fine.
That's his wife, by the way.
I'm definitely glad to hear she's still around and kicking.
Yeah. Ian's pretty much taken care of her all of his life ever since she has taken ill, and to the point where he could no longer do so. So she's in a home now, being looked after. She has a hard time remembering people and who they are. She's her mind is going a little bit, so it's hard for Ian
Yeah,
to
naturally
take care of
so.
her on his own. So she's in a home, which is good. A lot of long discussions about that, Ian, we had. I think it was the best decision. So that's kind of freed up some time for Ian. He's feeling good now. He can go out and, socialize and do that thing. Go on fishing trips for 2 weeks. Spend some time in the cottage by the coastline, But he's still looking after her, There's a lot there with him and his wife. So, yeah, he cares for her even still. So it's good that she's still hanging with us. And, yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's not fun watching somebody that you love and care for lose their mind. It's no good.
Yeah, happened to my mom, who I loved greatly, but it happened to my mom. But that's going back sometime, and well, not to get too personal here with my own life, but yeah, that's back in the days when I was lost and an alcoholic. So she had passed away while I was in another world. So it was a shame, but anyway, she went through that.
Sorry to hear it.
Yeah, that's the way it is. There's no regrets on my part. It is what it is. It's part of life. Let's go on to purple and orange and green for the pom-poms. Yada da 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 da.
Pom-poms, you say?
Yeah, they're the little balls that are on the shakos. They're hats.
I know.
Company
I'm just
colors.
playing with you.
You are. Don't be thinking cheerleaders. Come on. Squirrel's going to do a live stream on Tuesday. Let's see, what am I doing Tuesday night? Probably exactly what I'm doing right now. I might actually be streaming while you're doing that. That's okay. I'll watch your stream live on my stream. How about that? How about that, Squirrel? I'll put it in the corner here while I paint. So everybody can watch your stream while in my stream, if they don't already watch your stream.
I'll watch.
Yeah, I'll pop in or something. Because I'm probably going to be painting. I guess I could go over to his stream and paint while he jabbers on about Hardmaster. Hard World. I don't know. We'll see. Keep enjoying the hobby. I'll return to it in September. Have a great night, all. You too, Fernando. You take care of yourself. Share those pictures, those vacation pictures from Portugal. And we'll see you again. I'll be back tomorrow, Fernando. But don't worry about it. If you're on vacation, you enjoy yourself. Don't worry about me. We'll see you guys soon. Right, Kyle?
Yep, we'll hold it down until you get back.
Can't remember if Fernando actually joined us in the voice chat. I don't think he has. I don't know how good his English is. Maybe tomorrow I will post the photos. Okay, Fernando. No rush. You take care, my friend.
Go enjoy yourself and have some fun. Go relax. Definitely well.
Ian says, visited her today. She has no memory of the last 50 years. Can you imagine that? Whew. We had together. But I remember for the two of us, yeah, that's a good way to see it, because it's true. It is what it is. I accept it and make the best of it. It is what she would have wanted. Yeah.
That's just all you can do.
It's crazy. Alzheimer's or whatever we're talking here. It's crazy what it does to your mind. I can remember I didn't visit my mom. She was put in a home too because we couldn't keep track of her. I'd be at work, working in the day, getting drunk at night. So I was never really involved with it. But we'd come home. She'd be standing out in the middle of the driveway, watching the traffic go up and down in her nightgown, just staring at cars like a ghost. Very unsettling. She almost burned the house down trying to cook because nobody could watch her and take care of her. So she ended up being put in a home, and I never saw her again. Wasn't even at the funeral. What was I going to say? But, my father would say they'd go to visit her in the hospital, and she didn't recognize him. There was a couple times she actually attacked him. But that's what it does to your mind, though. You get whacked out. And I remember Ian telling me similar stories. They don't know who you are. Imagine that. Imagine that. It's crazy.
They just don't know. They just don't remember. That's sad, really.
It is. Your old man, he's getting up there. Actually, he's not too far up there, but he's got a lot of problems too. But his mind is good, right?
Yeah. So far on that one, the minds are good. For now.
Yeah.
That's just the rest of him.
Yeah, that is a terrible thing, man, when the mind goes like that. Crazy.
If I watched my great grandmother go through it, nope. They're there for a while. Toward the end, there she forgot even how to chew.
Wow.
And they had to give her like liquid via IV intravenously.
Wow.
Sad.
Yeah. My grandmother lived to be 103. She died in this house. Come to think of it, so did my other grandmother. She also died in this house on my mom's side. But I can remember her. She'd sleep downstairs. There was a little room for her and her little bed and stuff. At like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you could hear her downstairs calling people's names. People we don't even know who they are. People she's known and passed in her life. I don't know if she was kind of losing her mind in the end as well, but not as bad as my mom. She's acting funny. Yeah. I remember that. Calling out random names. Middle of the night.
Yeah, like Joe's not here, go back to bed.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. Holy smokes. She lived to be 103, Kyle.
Oh, she had a full life.
She was a tough old Irish woman, is what she was.
Yep, that'll do it. Yep, that will do it. Them old tough Irish birds don't break that easy.
No. I think I did all these pom-poms. Purple, blue, 2 orange, and I need a green.
Oh, he's breaking out the green guy.
She was the only grandparent I knew. All the other ones had passed away when I was born. I don't remember them.
At least she had some time with her.
Yep. She was my only grandparent. That's it. I guess it's because I think my mom had me when she was in her 40s. She had a total of 8 kids, 4 of which died at birth. There was the first 3 survived. It was my brother and my 2 sisters. And then the next 4 died at birth. And then I was the last one, so I'm lucky to be alive. Somehow I came through.
Literally.
Yeah, so there's a gap in age between my 3 other siblings of like 11 years, I think, is the closest I am with my one sister. The rest are older by a few more years above that. Of course, my brother passed away.
Sorry to hear it.
Yeah, he died young, 42 years old.
Oh my.
Yeah. 42. He's an alcoholic. He was a drug addict. He died of cirrhosis of the liver. Boy, what a topic for today, man. It's nothing but death and gloom. What's happening? He died at 42 years old. I loved him. He was great. He was my idol growing up. And I didn't see him much, unfortunately, because he traveled the country. He was in the military and all this stuff. And he was a biker, the biker lifestyle. He had a Harley, all that stuff going on. Covered in tattoos, all this stuff. But yeah, he got done in the end. Cirrhosis of the liver just failed on him and his whole body shut down at 42. And if you looked at him when he was in his 40s like that, he looked like he was about 70 years old. That's what that stuff does to you, man. It's
especially the drug part. Yeah, that's it.
He got caught up in drugs and the drinking when he got out of the Army. My father always blamed the Army on it. He got out of that, and it just, ever since then, he was just around drugs and drinking all the time. And he spent his whole lifetime an alcoholic. And died at 42 for it. He tried to stop when he could, there were some dry spots. It's not so much the drugs as the alcohol. But, yeah, that last bout, he just went back to drinking wine and hard liquor. And, yep, shut him down for good. I remember seeing him in the hospital. Yeah, it's pretty sad. But anyway, I think we need to get off this topic. Holy smokes. I'm gonna have to privatize this video now. What's going on?
I don't know, but it took a morbid turn for the worst.
It did. I don't know what in the world how I brought that up.
But anyway, Fritz, level 7 characters here.
Yeah. Let me read the chat here quick. Booze and dope can do that to a fella, says Squirrel. Yeah, it can. Ruined him. Too young. Ian says, enough of the doom and the gloom, damn it. Let's get back to painting and the hobby. Yeah, what's going on? I think I asked about Ian's Josie. And as soon as I did that, I went down in this spiral. That's what it was. Terrible. What's the matter with me? Time to be inspired and motivated in this hobby of ours. Got my phone back, says Squirrel. That's good. Finally. Awesome. You start seeing some phone videos soon from the Squirrel.
Yeah, he's going to be collecting nuts.
He does. He collects nuts. I could go on with that and tell a funny joke, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, so I believe. Yeah, no, I'm just going to leave it alone. Yeah, I ain't going to touch that bitch with a 5-foot pole.
Tell it like it is, Kyle. Tell it like it is.
He's nuts.
Let's see what color I needed. Green, right? I don't think
Green. Yep.
It's got to have 2 greens. Nope, I got 2 oranges. All right. 4 colors, 5 guys. So one of them is going to double up. Okay, we got that.
Oh my, you're doubling up on the color.
Let's use brass now. I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for this hobby, I mean, here's a good way to pull ourselves out of the doom and gloom. If I didn't have my hobby, this hobby's been part of my, and we're talking role-playing, board games, and miniatures gaming, history, all this stuff. This has been part of my life since I was a young preteen, in one form or another. This hobby has been present in my life. And like I said, I had some tough times in my life. And this hobby, I can remember the last time I was, pulling myself out of the doldrums of drinking. Because I won't go into the details why I drank and stuff and all that. I've talked about it before. But
I know why.
I can remember sitting there in the other room, hungover. And man, when I say hungover, I'm talking I got the shakes and the withdrawals and all this stuff. And I remember the day, I had just been drinking the night before, and I was so sick and tired. In fact, I think I just got home from the hospital from drinking to dry out. And I remember sitting in there thinking, why am I doing this? I keep thinking about my hobby. To be honest with you, I was back into the hobby at this point, but something occurred that got me drinking again. I won't go into details of that, but yeah, I had known Ian and stuff, but I had a bout there that lasted about a year. And I remember being in that room, sitting there, just hungover. I gotta stop doing this, man. I want to get back to playing my games, and I'd be watching videos of battle reports and stuff. And that hobby, if it wasn't for my hobby, I'm not even sure I would have pulled out of this habit of drinking. I highly doubt it. I didn't have anything else. I got my hobby. This is it. This is my life. And you can't do this while you're drinking all the time. So that straightened me out. And I don't think I still drink here and there, but I don't drink to get drunk anymore. But I haven't drunk like that in a long time and have no intention of going back to it because I just hate having a freaking hangover. And at the time, it wasn't just a hangover, it was withdrawal. So you're shaking all the time, like this. And, oh, man, you can't go out in public without shaking. You can't interact with people. And I love people. I love interacting with people. But it's a lot more difficult when you got the shakes going on, stuttering, your mind isn't right. So I just said, screw this. And everything that was causing me to drink, in fact. So yeah, this hobby is great. We need this hobby. We need hobbies in our life. This is my hobby. And it's helped me so much. And Kyle, I know for you as well, this hobby has really been a lifesaver for you as well. You don't have to go into that. But yeah, same thing. I think we all have our down spots, but for a lot of us, this hobby, it's a lifesaver, man. It is a freaking lifesaver. Something great about it.
Well, it's the joy and the funny moments, and the sitting and laughing and talking with people who understand and have been there. For me, because like you said, yeah, if it hadn't been finding my hobby again, yeah, I definitely wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And I'm going for it because it gave me a second chance at it, and I could, took everything I had, but I pulled myself back out of that bottle, much like you. I still have a cold one every now and then, but it's nice just to enjoy one. Not trying to get plastered or anything like that, but it's nice to just have a drink every now.
Squirrel says, love you, man. Appreciate it. Community, man. Community. This hobby brings a lot of folks together, and it's part of the reason why I'm in it, is this little community. Even though it's digital,
It's still family.
It is. We got Ian there. The hobby and my friends keep me going. Yeah, that social aspect is important. It really is.
And I can't stress enough just how true that actually is.
So, with that in mind, we could move on and celebrate this wonderful hobby and community that we have.
Indeed. What are the projects you got working on after this one gets done and wrapped up with?
Oh boy, I don't know. I got a project for Ian coming up. I've got a project for Doom Bunny that should have been done by now. I got so many Napoleonic projects. 10 mil coming up, a big Russian one coming up, featuring the new figures from ESR. That's a big one. I've got a Victrix 12 millimeter World War II project, which is fairly big. I think it's Americans and Germans. I don't remember what it is. He's going to talk to me later in the year, but I am totally booked for the year. And going into next year, I'm trying to catch up again. But yeah, lots of things.
Busy, though.
It is. It is, and I appreciate it, though. I enjoy the work and the commissions, and everyone that's my client is fantastic people. Ian's one of them. They're patient with me. They let me paint my style, and they trust my research. I don't get anybody saying, I want it painted this way, and make sure you use Vallejo number 625 for this color. It must be this way or I'll be mad. I want my money back. I don't have that kind of pressure on me, which would be terrible. I would never take a commission where somebody said to me, I need it painted this way with these paints. Here's the materials and colors I want you to... Never. I couldn't do that. I'm not a brush for hire. I paint my own way. This is enjoyable to me. It's an art. So it's just, I'm like painting for myself and giving them to you. Or selling them to you if you want to look at it that way. But yeah. This is what my armies would look like. For my own collection. If they were mine. Check out the humble dining I am dealing with whilst away for work. Discord homesteading. Let's check it out. Let's go to Discord. I don't see any recent posts. Did you just post something? Homesteading? Let me look in there. See if I missed something. Oh, not yet. I don't see anything yet, Squirrel. I see a lot of good foods posted by Cal. Anything homesteading or food related goes in there. Oh, I see something. Squirrel just posted something. Let's see what it is. It looks tasty. I love food.
No, you love licorice.
Oh man, those freaking Tootsie fruit candies or whatever they're. Oh, they're so good, man. Wow. I had to stop eating them. My teeth were hurting. My gums were hurting because they're Tootsie Rolls. They're hard to chew.
Yeah, but they're damn good.
I almost choked a few times because you got to chew on them forever to make it so you could swallow the damn thing.
I remember that last night. You were having
Gagging.
some coffee.
It's terrible. They're so damn good. I have a sweet tooth, I admit. Ooh, that looks like a pork chop and corn, or no, that's some kind of noodles. Let's see. Let's go to the chat here. Humble dining. It looks good. Looks good, squirrel. Looks good. That looks like a porcachapa. Boy, a porcachapa would be good right now. That looks good, man.
Bacon, cheesy, chicken broccoli noodle.
You're paying somebody for their art. Why would want to interfere with that? Exactly, nerdy. Some people approach it like, you're just a brush for hire. Just paint for me. And this is the way I want it to be done. They don't treat you as somebody who's skilled or anything or got their own, like an art. Because it is an art. Ian says, my commission can wait, buddy. Get your house sorted before winter. That is a priority. See what I mean? He's not giving me no pressure. He could. Yeah. I'll get it done. Ian, don't you worry. I've got my priorities, and you're in there. But he's always watching out for me, too. He wants me to get that chimney built and the house finished and everything else. He's always getting on my case.
Yeah. Gotta get the chimney in there, Fred. How are you going to make fresh homemade bread next to the buck stove?
Yeah. It's going to be a good life, though, once I'm out there. I'm going to get that garden going again in the field. I'm going to be doing a lot of homesteading, brother. Homesteading. It's going to be a little bit different. Me and Jake will be hanging out. Yeah. My commission can be the first in your new studio. Yeah, there we go. There we go. He's got a bunch of desert German DAC stuff I got to do. I also got a little surprise for him. I'm not going to tell him about it, but there's a little surprise I'm going to throw into it that he doesn't know about. Yeah. Have pork chops thawing out for tomorrow. Yes, finish the damned house. Finish the darned house. Good luck, says Nerdy.
He told you how it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good to have these folks as clients, right?
Yeah, with friends like these, you won't find better clientele.
Keeping me going. The 3D printing I'm going to be doing as well.
You're upgrading to a 3D job.
Yeah, I'm going to be adding 3D to my repertoire of things I'm going to be offering with my business here. I've already got 2 printers. I got 8K resin and a top-end filament printer. So I'm all set, but I got to get all set up in the new house before I can start doing stuff. Yeah. So I'm going to be able to print stuff for you guys with lots of little freebies. Terrain, any STLs you got, got you covered. So that's going to be fun.
You can make them in the printer and they'll come out pre-colored, won't they?
Well, that's a little bit more advanced and expensive. I don't have that capability, but yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. I don't think that's generally the practice currently because it's too expensive. Hero Forge does that, I think. and it's expensive. You could, yeah. But that would take away the fun of the hobby, right? A big part of this hobby is the painting.
That would turn you basically into just like a assembly line. That ain't no good.
Well, I intend to paint a lot of this stuff. I mean, the way it works, unless you design your own STL files, your own miniatures, unless you design your own, which I intend to in the future, you just got to learn the software and how to do 3D sculpting.
Right.
I definitely intend to do that. But before you do that, in my case, I'm just going to be basically getting STL files for folks for me to print. I'm going to be going to some of these 3D designers who sell STLs and getting licenses off them. There's a few I have in mind. Those license means that I could actually 3D print and sell this stuff and make some money. But you got to buy a license from them or strike a deal with them under the table or whatever. You know, you gotta get in touch with them. You don't want to be printing somebody's hard work out and making money off it for nothing. So there's that. But there's also, I am going to be painting some of this stuff, and what I'm going to be selling is painted products. So I'm not selling the STLs freshly printed, I'm selling painted miniatures. So in that respect, I'm not really, I don't really need a license.
No, you can just paint it and go.
Yeah, I'm selling my service here. I'm selling the painting product. That's what you're paying for, not the STL. Of course, some people might argue with me about that. I don't know. That's kind of shifty. But that's one thing I could also do. For me, I'm going to be doing a lot of terrain, a lot of filament printing, a lot of terrain pieces that I am going to paint. And that's going to supplement my commission work that I do and my painted models that I paint to sell. I do that as well. I don't just do commissions. I paint models that I enjoy and I sell them. So, it's going to be a bonus to my business, and I won't have to do commissions as much, but I'll still do them. I'll be doing a lot of printing and painting stuff on the side that I want to paint and selling them. And just printing stuff for people and, that kind of thing. Which will
wickedly cool, though.
It'll lessen my workload,
Mm-hmm.
is what it'll do. I used to make handcrafted terrain pieces and sell them. If you ever, that's what Forge and Brush was. I had a website and a legit business all set up called Forge and Brush. I had the sales tax ID and everything. And it was called Forge and Brush. But that never came to fruition. I was making terrain pieces to sell, but the thing is, 3D printing was coming out, and, people were more interested in that for their terrain than, paying a lot of money for handcrafted terrain, so I gave it up. I stopped making terrain to sell. And, yeah, I haven't done it since. So, thanks to some really good folks that I know who are helping me with this, they got me into 3D printing side of the hobby. So now I could go back and revisit this thing about making terrain. Now I could 3D print them. So I can actually be in this industry now, which is exciting to me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. It's going to make you more efficient. It's going to decrease your workload. It's also going to increase your turnaround time.
Yep.
Pretty cool. All you do is hit a button and walk away.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. That is what it is.
But still, that's pretty awesome.
Okay, there's our drummer.
Did a lot more reading on the kinetics class as well, Fred.
You have.
Pretty interesting. The deeper you go into it, the more potential powers you unlock. So like instead of throwing like a tiny pebble at level 1, by the time you're like 13th level, you'll be throwing like whole huge boulders at people.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to see that in action. Like, can you imagine? We finally get down to Belcor. We walk in, she starts running her mouth, and boom, just this boulder drops out of nowhere.
Boulder dropping.
Blasts her like an ant. And then that's good.
Kyle's all excited. We had a session of Pathfinder, my campaign, last night, and everybody leveled up to 7. So they got some new goodies to play around with. Awesome. Congratulations, you guys.
I think we finally figured out the key to that whole thing. You gotta have 2 fighters. Or 2 martial base characters.
Let me read here. Yes, finish the damned house. Good luck. We will come a calling. Yeah, you will. I'll let you know, Squirrel. I'll have Squirrel banging on my back door. I'm not even around. I'm living in a tent in the backyard doing a stream or something. Wait till I get everything settled. I know you're anxious to check me out here and do some hanging out. I ain't ready yet. I'm still living out in the woods. Gotta get that house set up. Anyway, Ian says, have you contacted American Heritage? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I think about that. I haven't done it yet. I want to get this house fixed first. I don't want to open my mouth about, if we're sitting on a historical landmark, come help us fix it up. I don't want to get into that right now. There's just too much. Too many things going on.
Too many projects, not enough you.
Regarding the old house and its contents, surely they would be interested in a piece of history. They would. I've mentioned that to my sister. I got to really think about that. As soon as I get in the other house, that's when I'm gonna start taking it real serious and say, look, get my sisters together, Jesse, and we're a family here. We got to figure out what we're gonna do with this family property. There's some legal things we got to go through too, so I'm not gonna go into that here, but that's coming up after I move. Yeah, but Ian points this out, but this, where I live, is actually this is a landmark. I don't think a lot of people here currently know that, but it is. And it's been in the paper in the past, back in the 70s, but there's a possibility that I could contact the Historical Society, the American Historical Society, about this, and they might look at it and actually be interested in keeping it around as a historical location, a big deal place, so I'm going to be looking into that. That might be beneficial to save the house and the property. Well, I have to look into that deeper, but it is an option.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's semantics. Let the lawyers figure that stuff out, says Nerdy. Woohoo, 7th level. Oh, wait, there's 13 more levels to go.
Hey, I'm ready for him. I can follow this bitch all the way up to 20th level. I'm good with that. I will fight Belcor for as long as I absolutely have to.
Yeah, level 7. It's pretty cool.
It's not really as big as like level 5 was, where like we got a bunch of things, but the things we got, oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Like mastery and things now, like we can get mastery. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a plus 13 intimidation battle cry. But we'll get into battle cry. as we advance the game. But, yeah, definitely looking forward to putting that guy to use. Maybe I can demoralize some of these creatures before they have a chance to utterly whip us. It's going to be interesting to see what everybody else takes. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what kind of feats we pick up.
Feet finder.
Yep. But like it's so cool though. Like you wouldn't think something like Battle Cry, which basically is you roll an intimidation check whenever you roll an initiative, would be that useful. But the frighten one creature has a -1 to everything. And with a +18 to hit, I think I pretty well crit first shot. Unless, of course, it's in that one and my dice go horribly against me.
Oh, your dice. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'll tell Jess, whenever I'm playing, if I keep the bad rolls, you get the good ones.
Stop letting Kyle run my character. I hate that. He's a horrible dice roller. It's terrible. Yeah. He didn't say that.
No, but I wouldn't blame him if he did. But yeah, like, I was telling Jeff, I'm like, no. I will happily, take the fall for it. Like it's better than me fail than you because you're not really here and I'm just kind of running you. So I'll take the fail and he can have the. But then we get into situations like last night where we both are critting multiple times. And it's just insane. I think we finally figured out how to run the gauntlet. You got to have 2 close-in people because it's so tight in there.
It helps.
We got 5-foot hallways and short, tight, compact rooms.
It helps. Don't get too confident with your tactical prowess because things change rapidly.
Yes.
I'm warning you, but you're doing good.
Now, right now, we're finally have a system that works at least for now. But I'm under no illusions that we will have to change it up in the future. I know what lies below. I've seen these creatures. And just to jog the memory, Fritz, one of them decked me in the face.
Mm-hmm. Give you a punch. What time is it? 6:30. Ah, episode 67 should be up. That was the episode where it was just me, Dizzy, and Kyle. That was the level that you explored. You went down to level 7 there, the demons.
Did a little preemptive scout. Things went incredibly sideways. I got decked, tried to return the favor, did a measly 12 points in damage back, and then proceeded to get the hell out of Dodge.
And then you met a mummy.
Yeah, and of all things, and that's one thing that I will say about this adventure. You never know what you're going to get next.
I was listening when I was editing it, as I do with all my videos, or most of them. I listen to the entire playback of the session, and they're generally 3 to 4 hours long. And I usually end up editing out about an hour or so from an episode that needs a lot of editing. But I sit there and I listen to the whole thing. It takes me a week to do it. I just finished one last night. It was up late last night, Kyle. 5:30. Kyle sends me a "Hey, good morning, Kurt or Fritz." Yeah, I was still awake editing when you sent that. Yep.
Yeah, I was up and just walked through the door.
Yeah, and was I going to say? Something about the editing. I don't know what I was going to say.
Yeah, something about you were editing. You were up way late. And you were listening to us. That's where you left off.
Oh, yeah. I was listening to it, and there was a certain part in this episode I just posted tonight where I made a mistake, and it had to do with the mummy. And I think a really keen-eared listener might be able to see it and tell that I think he made a mistake here in this interaction. But the thing is, I covered it up so well. I was listening and listening. How am I going to get out of this? Because I said this would happen, but it never did. That's not how it worked. But somehow I kind of wormed my way out of that little situation by the end of that interaction.
Yeah, the teleportation.
No. It's more than that. I don't want to discuss it here or talk about it, so you'd have to go back and find it for yourself. If I'm not going to reveal it. But there was a mistake I made in that interaction that wasn't supposed to be, so I had to improv, as I love to do. But it was a tough one to improv. It was a tough one, but I managed it. But a keen listener might notice that, that was something there. I saw that. No hints. But it's in there. I role-played that mummy pretty good, too, at the end of the interaction. That was actually pretty good. Doing the voice and everything. An old crusty mummy. It's
what
good.
I would have
funny.
Me to be in the gauntlet. Like, it's just, it keeps throwing me on curveballs. Like, I would have... like in Demon, sure. Gold, maybe. Friendly, helpful cleric that's been stuck away for the last 1,000 years, that would have been great. I was not expecting a mummy to be sitting there and ominously turning around to look at me whenever I finally cracked that door open.
It's all good fun. I just got on the P500. Ian, for Volume 1 of the Great Battles of the American Civil War. 3 days at Gettysburg. The volume that started off this amazing series, which is my favorite historical board game, hands down. Great Battles of the American Civil War series. And I'm on the P500 for that. I gotta get that volume. That's the volume that started it all. So that's available for anybody interested. Volume 1 is being redone in a deluxe version. Ooh, deluxe. Yeah. So that'll be a nice add to my collection. Yes, sir, indeed. I'm lucking out. I'm lucking out, Kyle.
Okay. That's amazing, though, that they're coming out with a deluxe set.
Do you like the American Civil War, the history?
Not as much as I do my Romans, but yeah, I mean, history is history, and I watch about anything.
Okay.
I have a section of YouTube called my history playlist. There's a lot of Civil War stuff on there.
Ah. I mention this because Ian, one of his favorite historical eras to collect and paint and research is, of course, the American Civil War. Who would have thunk? Because he lives in the UK. But that's his jam. That's his thing. He loves it.
Something different, at least.
I was always a fan of it, but I don't research it like I used to. My forte is the Napoleonic Wars. I studied it in school. When I was a little kid, I used to get books on it and learn, and it's always been a dream to collect and paint and wargame the Napoleonics. So that's my thing. You can't do everything. I'd rather be focused on what I do and learn more and enjoy and saturate myself with this one or handful of topics. But American Civil War was always interesting to me. I collected it as a kid, read books and stuff. Most of that I've forgotten nowadays, but I do collect board games from GMT, the Great Battles of the American Civil War series, and it scratches the itch. You know, it gives me so much rich detail that I love about this period, this conflict. That, you know, I don't have to buy miniatures and paint all this as well now. I could just learn a lot by playing these games, board games. So that's why I'm a big fan of it, because I can't do all of it.
No, but you can pick and choose which one you want.
Even if I was rich, I wouldn't collect and paint miniatures for the American Civil War, at least not to wargame with. Because it's just too much. It's just too much. I'd rather focus.
There's on one thing and make it great than to have like 8 or 9 different sets. Have a good night, Squirrel. You be careful out there.
Take care, Squirrel. I'll talk to you soon. I'll probably see you tomorrow. Squirrel Meister.
Nerdy says, the game master doesn't make mistakes, he just creates unintended roleplay opportunities. Amen, Nerdy. Amen.
That's true. I will refer to it as a mistake, though. A happy little mistake.
I think you're like me. Like like if I make a slight mess up, then I'm kind of, I have to analyze where it went wrong, how it went wrong, and what I need to do to fix it.
Nerdy was in here the other day asking me advice for running adventures, creating them. He's sitting here correcting me. So yeah, he's just testing me out is what he's doing. He knows. Because what he just said there is actually very, very true. There are no mistakes. Especially when you're good at improv, which I think is essential. Essential.
Yeah. To be a DM, you have to be good at improv. That's just all there is to it.
I saw a friend of mine on YouTube. She posted a video. I think it was recent, yesterday. I watched it yesterday. I think it's a brand new video. But it was all about how to avoid burnout as a GM. How to identify it and how to avoid it. And it's a good video, but honestly, I think she misses the mark on something. And I think a lot of folks miss the mark on this subject matter. And because I'm a pro when it comes to burnout, no matter what you're doing. But regarding role-playing games and GMing games, I think the number one problem is that when it comes to prepping a game, the way we're prepping is what's wrong. I have said it numerous times. Keep it simple. When you look at an adventure path written by Paizo, if you look at this freaking book, or books, it's usually a series, the way they have designed the adventure, there is just walls of text and information that is literally overwhelming. You have to memorize all this? How are you going to prep for this? All these maps, details, and personalities for NPCs, it's too much. And if this is the way you prep your games, you are going to burn out. And there is too much time and effort put into this style of preparation to run the game. And It's so easy to prep a game if you just use highlighted paragraphs, bullet point descriptors, random tables, and these are all parts of old school gaming. That's how you should be preparing. And then you realize, wow, this is easy. But of course, to do this, there has to be an aspect of improv to your GMing, which I think is essential to anybody that GMs. Anyway, what I'm saying is that how we're preparing, that's the problem. That's why you're burning out. If you look at all 5e stuff that's out there, those adventure that they designed, the big fat book, or the Paizo's adventure paths, the way they're designed and written with all this detail, it's too much. You don't need this stuff. It'll be a lot. Let me finish. It'll be a lot easier and funner. Keyword funner for the GM if you just leave the option to create as you go in there, i.e. using random tables like for names or random encounter, all that kind of stuff. Make use of that. It's fun to do that as the GM. And just use bullet points to describe rooms, to describe NPCs. Like instead of writing paragraph after paragraph about all this NPC's personality, what he does, his siblings, all the things that might come up in play, or just the important stuff. Even if it's written in paragraphs, it's too much. Condense it down to just bullet points, which are nothing more than a sentence. The important stuff, put them in bullet points. In our modern age, that's how people read today. If you go to vlogs, I learned this in school. Focus on your blog, write it in a style that's just like this. Don't use countless sentences and paragraphs. Use bullet points because people don't have the patience to sit there and read all this. Normally, younger people don't. They won't read your stuff. And it's the same tool that I'm using in creating an adventure. Focus on using bullet points and highlighted paragraphs of information. That's all you need. And then just build off of that. And let this NPC emerge in the story. Instead of just walls of text describing every possibility. So you can see if you prepare for the latter that I just described, it's funner and it's quicker and it's easier. It allows the GM to be creative in the game instead of locking you down into needing to play it a certain specific way because it's a written story and it has to be done this way. This is the only way this NPC does things, So, yeah. Sorry, Kyle. I just had to get that out there because today I'm doing a lot of ranting.
You're good. I'm actually right there with you because, no matter what you do, the players are going to go in a different direction. Like if you put them in a hallway with 4 doors and you don't make anything for 3 of those 4 doors, they're going to crack open one of them. So improv kind of goes hand in hand with being a GM. You have to be good at improv.
Well, let's clarify something here. When I say improv, I'm not talking about acting, although that is an aspect of it. I'm talking about being able to think on your feet and be creative. Like I went to school for English and writing, okay? And one of the things you learn is how to create stories from prompts. A prompt is an image, a prompt is a bit of music, a prompt is a single word. And you develop stories from these prompts. So what I'm saying is that use prompts in your adventures. Use prompts to help inspire your creativity as you go. Keywords, things like that. And that's a much easier way to prep, and it's what I mean when I say improv, basically prompts. So, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, like you don't need, like I used to play with the GM, and she would like make line after line after line for like the smallest, like we'd be going into a dungeon room and like she'd have 4 paragraphs on me. You don't need that crap. Give me a bullet point of like 8 or 9 bullet points for, okay, if they step in this far, this trap goes off. If they make it to this point, then this happens. Or if they make it to the end, that there's a door. What's behind the door? That's your next bullet point. You don't need to go super deep.
You shouldn't.
No,
It'll be
because
funner if you don't.
yeah, and then there's your room for improv or making things up as you go. Because they're the players are not gonna, like if you drop them into a sandbox, they're not just gonna go forward. They're gonna look left. They're gonna go right. They're gonna walk around. So you've got to be willing and able to, if necessary, improv your way with them. And make it up on the fly. I've done that numerous times. I would have an event all laid out and I'd be deep with it. Okay, here's what's going to happen. Yada, yada, yada. We got a werewolf and an old abandoned wreck of something or other. And son of a bitch, there's my players going around the other side and I have nothing prepped. And that's, those type of moments you have to rely on your improv as a GM. You can't just say to them, oh, sorry, I don't have nothing prepped there. You can't go there. No, you've got to have something for them to engage with. Squirrel says, have a look-see in the Discord general discussion. Oh, that's cool, Squirrel.
Oh, I'm ranting too much. Let's check this out. Let me get that up on the screen. See what he's... Oh, I had it up. Oh, here's something I posted. Anybody remember these models from back in the day? The official AD&D Dragonlance miniatures? I think they're Ralpartha. I think. But I remember these. There's Tanis, Half-Elven, Raceland, Stern Brightblade, Riverwind, and Lorana. Ah, beautiful Lorana. We got Tika. We got Tasselhoff. What are they? I forget what they are. They're not halflings. They're Kender. Kender with his hoopak. We got Karaman, the brother of Raceland, the twin brother. We got Flint Fireforge. And of course, we have Gold Moon. Gold Moon and Riverwind were introduced at the same time. They're from the same tribe. In fact, Riverwind was the bodyguard of Gold Moon. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, that's the companions. These are the companions of the Dragonlance saga. That's where I got the term drag companions from for my current campaign. Oh, I love that novel series. Okay. My random dice I use when necessary. Let's see what he's got here. Very nice for Harn. There he is. We got some randomizers in there. What is this one? Some kind of symbols he's got going on the dice. Nice. I wish I had dice like that, actually. Instead of having a bunch of tables, you can have these random dice with images on it. They could be used for different things. And you just roll them, for dungeon exploring, see how long a corridor is or a room is at the end. You could roll dice for that without referring to a table. You could just roll these special dice, put the images on them. Yeah, there's all kinds of ways you can do that. Nice, Squirrel. I need some of those. Legion of Myth. Where is Maxathon? Did he join? There he is. Alright, hold on. I got a lot of chat to pick up on here. Did you pick up a most fearful sacrifice? Did you pick up a most fearful sacrifice? No. How you doing, Jeff, by the way? I pre-ordered the Great Battles of the American Civil War Gettysburg. Price was too good. I got on the pre-order for 3 days at Gettysburg, and also the... Maybe it is Most Fearful Sacrifice. The other volume, the latest one, is one where it's like an introduction thing. Very small battles, small footprint maps. That one, I did get on that one as well. Maybe that's the one you're talking about. Galloping on to midnight. Yeah, it is over there in the UK. So I shall bid you all good night. 3 days at Gettysburg sounds interesting. I shall keep an eye out. All right, Ian, you take care, my friend, and I'll see you later this week, I hope. Take care. Ian. Squirrel Hermit, good evening, and rest well, fine sir. Jeff Wesovich, at least you can research the Civil War completely in English. I've spent the past few years in Russian, French only. Yeah, you have. I know. Napoleonics will do that to us. At school here in the UK, we had British history only. The mighty empire. I wanted something different. Hence the American Civil War, the first true modern war. Plus, brother against brother is so sad. Yeah, that's Ian's jam. Max says howdy. Rookie Quad 6 has joined us. That's one of the reasons is such a fun subreddit for me. So many stories to read that are so good. What is that? RHF? I don't know what that one is. I don't go to there. Ranting? Ooh, I want in, says Maxathon.
Of course he would.
Yeah, I'm going on today about things. I'm not going to go any further with that. I brought up some topics I don't want to be bringing up too. So let's drop that. And why is Discord coving your painting? Coving? Covering your painting. Oh, I have it up. What's behind the door? A level 50 ancient black dragon, of course.
Oh my.
Squirrel says, have a look-see in the Discord. Okay, I did that. We're all caught up there. Let's see. Them's me random dice, says Squirrel. Yeah, they are. Wish I had some of those. I keep looking around on Amazon. I found a couple, but they're goofy things. Oh, just had a nice idea, an illusion that is something big and scary, but it doesn't hurt the party and causes them to actually hurt themselves when they attack it. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Sounds interesting, Quad. Ralpartha, heyo. And Rookie says, wouldn't the werewolf notice them if they tried to go around it, since they have superhuman hearing? The werewolf? Where's there a werewolf? I don't know what happened there. Hey, Squirrel Hermit, how are you? Evening, gents. Zadarok. How you doing, Zadarok? Long time no hear. And Max, of course. How you been, Max? How is everything on your end? There, all caught up.
Oh, the werewolf thing. I think he was referring to my sort of additional rant, which stacked upon your rant of improvisation at the table.
Yeah. I love it. It's my favorite way to run a game. I just like to have those little bullet points and notes and just go with that. I just love it. I have so much fun creating. Because as a GM, you should have fun too, right? You know?
Yep.
I'm not just a freaking robot dishing out information to you guys. I'm going to have fun too. And that's when I have my most fun. Like that last session I just posted tonight, episode 67. That was a lot of me making shit up, pardon the French, because I was not prepped for that kind of I didn't expect you to go to the next level, and I didn't expect you to go all the way back and revisit that room with the mummy in it. So I had a lot of catching up, and instead of, okay, I don't remember what happens here, it's written this way, okay, I just make shit up and make it fit the story and make sense of it. The trick, of course, is to make sure your players don't know that. That's the real skill. And Kyle, being one of my players, he now knows, but I'm sure he didn't know when we were playing.
No, I did not know, but that's
Yes.
That's really kind of the skills of a GM. Like I've done things like whenever we were running the Wild Beyond, I've made tweaks on the fly. I've ran things that were on the fly because the party went a certain way, and That's my most recent example. But yeah, I mean it's the
But I'll
real.
tell you, Kyle, if your players know that you're making shit up and this isn't, what's supposed to be,
Mhm.
they're going to lose the immersion. I'm telling you right
Yep,
now, they
exactly.
lose it.
Yep, and that's what a good friend of mine, whenever I was first getting into GMing, once told me. And he was like, if you have to make shit up with class and keep that shit to yourself until after the game's over.
Yeah. I tell Kyle all the secrets. He's kind of like my assistant GM, so he runs games too for us.
Yes, sir. But that was one of the more funny moments that I actually remember. And it was, yeah, he just pulled me aside and said, hey, if you got to pull something out of your ass, don't tell anybody about it until after the game's over.
Yeah.
Because if they know that you're just making this up, then they're going to get crazy with it.
Oh, they're going to lose immersion. They're not going to want to play. I've had that happen. Jesse's had that happen. It's it's like, dude, I know this isn't part of the game. That's not even how the rule works, or this is this and this is that. You're too obvious. This doesn't make sense. And
That's
it
why
kind of
you got to play cool.
spoils it. They think, oh, you're pulling your dice rolls. You let me live in that one. That kind of stuff you don't want to get out if you even do that. They should never know that. Secrecy is important.
Yep.
For the illusion. At least for me, that's what I do. Because I like to make stuff up. Kinda.
You want to hear something kind of cool that goes along with that theme?
What, Kyle?
You remember that fight in the Wild Beyond where everybody was just getting pummeled, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys had just arrived at that keep. That was supposed to be a TPK.
Supposed to be?
Yes.
You plan to kill everybody?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, my plan was I was going to have you all knocked out and transported back to the Tomb of the Fallen. And then you'd wake up and have to fight your way out.
But we're dead. The TPK, everybody's dead.
Well, you guys would have been unconscious. But
all right, so it's not a TPK.
It's not a full-on TPK, but pretty much everybody's down.
Total party knockout.
Yeah. Knocked down, yeah. And that was how I originally had that set to go, but y'all were doing so well fighting the creature that I changed it on the fly, and I was like, nah, they can live, and we'll bring them into the Tomb of the Fallen another way. And then that's where we had the massacre occur, and that really kind of, I thought, set everybody onto this track of, okay, these guys need to go away. And they need to go away big time. But yeah, that whole thing originally, Fritz, was supposed to be a complete party knockout. They were supposed to take y'all prisoner. That woman, she was supposed to take you guys captive back to the Tomb of the Fallen. And then you guys were supposed to fight your way out.
So what happened?
You guys did really, really good against her. So I was like, I'm not going to just, say, oh, you guys can't kill her. Kill the bitch. I don't care. and that's what y'all did. I think it was you, Hera, and Jesse's Magus that was just laying it down. Like, I think Hera and Jesse had it flanked, and you were on a flank with it. You went down, but boy, were you guys working on her, though.
Yeah, I remember going down. The screen went black.
Yep. And then, but everybody was doing so well against her. I was just like, nah, I'm not going to take that away from you guys. Just because I needed the story beat for you guys to go to the Tomb of the Fallen. I'm not going to make you guys suddenly all knocked out and unconscious. Y'all finished the fight, defeated the creature, and then I brought you guys in another way. And then, of course, we had the massacre scene. I don't think anybody was expecting that. And I remember you told me right before that mission, because I was like, yeah, guys, we're going to have this comes with a TVMA rating right here. This comes with a very mature rating. Tonight's session, and I can remember you saying, well, don't go too crazy. It was like I had descriptors ready for it. Like I had a 2-page document in Google Docs of just gore descriptions ready to rumble, and I didn't use them.
That's all right. I try to keep everything a little bit clean with the language here and there because my nephew, he watches these things, and I wanted to be part of it. So, PG-13, you know how that goes.
And I fully understand, and we made changes, and the mission still turned out pretty dang good, I thought. Like, y'all could actually relate, like you guys were going around trying to find survivors, and some of those wounds were quite grotesque, and we just kind of glanced over that part. And the one thing that my most memorable time with the Wild Beyond was having you guys go and find those people. Because I could feel everybody was starting to get attached to these people. Like Scalanus found an elf that was, on the verge. And hey, Max, sometimes pulling it out the ass is not a bad thing. Sometimes if something better pops into your head, run with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. There's no right or wrong way to GM.
Well, he'd contest that statement. I know he would. What
and
you
the
just said.
Continued.
There is definitely a wrong way.
Yeah, but I mean, like, as far as improvising your way through a scene, there's no right or wrong way to do it. So long as the players don't know that you're improving, everything's Gucci.
Gucci Gucci. Gucci Gucci. Chicka chicka cha.
Because that's the whole point. Like, you're trying to be an illusionist, and nobody should ever know.
You're like a magician. Never tell your secrets. Never give away the magical secrets. That's so hard to do for me because I like to say, oh, you guys, this could have happened. This was planned to happen. This would have been so cool. And it's so hard not to say anything. You got to kind of, you can't reveal stuff. Maybe in the future we'll talk about it, but nah, you can't. You just don't want to do that.
Well, it's all right to let go of some tricks, but you can't let go of all of your cards.
Oh, what you doing, Walter?
If you're having a stream about it, Max, I'll tune in on that.
Let me look at this chat here. I'm doing well, just working. Brillers. If you're going to pull it out of your butt, then let the dice fall where they may. Full Monty, says Squirrel. That's usually what I do. I let the dice fall where they may. The last episode 66 is evidence of that. Yes, there is a wrong way. Yes, I've heard Max drone on about that subject matter. It's a hot topic. We're going to leave that alone. Max says, I'll be talking about that on Friday. And if there And if they are having fun is a cop-out answer. Okay, Max has spoken. There you go. There you go. I'll be making fun of these 5e crybabies who think the game is too hard and unfair. Yeah, they're not really in our hobby, though, are they? I think they might be, but they're not. They have no clue.
Put them in a Pathfinder game and then tell them how,
Yeah. Or a Draktamanor.
Oh no, Drachtamanor is sacred. We will not taint Drachtamanor with that crap, Fritz.
Oh, we haven't played in a while.
I know.
When's the last time we had a practice session?
Week and a half ago.
Oh, I played with Squirrel. I played with Squirrel and James last week. I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the last I played. Oh, yeah, and
I'm hoping Friday, because I'll be off Saturday and Sunday, so I'm hoping Friday we can sort of sit down after things quiet down and play a little session.
Yeah, we need to actually get the campaign started, and then I want to move on to something else. I'm thinking aliens. Is it aliens or alien? It's alien, singular. I want to play that next, or Vaesen, and I'm thinking it's going to be alien. So we're going to stick with the free league games. That's what we're playing.
But Free League makes such damn good games, though.
Max will play in the alien game. Mechanics are straightforward. I'm just going to use the beginner box stuff. I'm going to have to probably take the adventure that's in there, Chariots of the Gods it's called, and kind of tweak it a little because it's been out a long time. So I'm going to kind of make it, change some things here and there for everybody's enjoyment. So I have to do that. So probably next month I'll be working on that while we play DOD, our new campaign. That's going to be a campaign, boy.
You're damn right it is, and it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah.
I love Drachtamanor.
It's going to be a long-term one.
Max said, I started Coriolis yesterday, first bid pops tomorrow.
I started Coriolis yesterday, first video pops tomorrow. What do you mean you started Coriolis? Are you playing or are you doing a rundown? DOD. I'm curious what he's doing with that.
What's Coriolis?
It's a free league sci-fi game.
Ah, gotcha.
A little bit more involved than, say, Alien, which is also a free league game. Uses the same kind of engine, the Year Zero engine, I guess. Let's Plays are for suckers. No, we're covering the game.
Nerdy. DOD stands for Drachtamanor. It's a free league game, Dragonbane.
Dragons and demons. I've been a fan of that game since the 80s.
Oh, my lucky who I found, Fritz.
Oh, there she is. How you doing, Karma? Karma has joined the chat.
Hello, hello.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm waking up. I just took a nap. Gonna maybe do some drawing. See, kind of figuring it out right now.
It must be nice to take naps.
You should take a nap, Mister. I didn't sleep very well.
I was up at 5 o'clock and messaged Fritz,
Yeah.
and then went to work. Legion, you go, girl. Get him, squirrel. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I was reading the chat. But, yeah, fixed 2 doors and 4 sinks. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, apparently these good old boys decided they were going to get after it, we'll say. and throw fisticuffs all over the place. So they broke a bunch of crap that I am now going to have to spend all week fixing.
Oh no. Like coworkers started fighting?
No, the damn kids.
Kids started fighting.
Yeah, the damn college idiot.
Oh.
I work for the university here, Karma.
Kids.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
custodian and maintenance. So I was working on maintenance side. They got me on the maintenance side this week. So yeah, I'm helping to fix all this bull crap that they broke.
I see. So
We got 5
that's
buildings.
annoying.
Yeah, we got 5 buildings, and yeah, I was only in one of them today. So yeah, yeah, this week's gonna be a party. And Fritz knows all about parties.
Maybe.
Oh, looky else who popped in, Fritz. It's James. What up, James?
How you doing, James? Oh, this lens keeps popping out, squirrel. Keeps a popping out. I'm almost done with these guys. Almost. Feel free to do some drawing, Karma, if you want. I'll put it on the stream. If you want, you don't have to.
Well, let me set up a couple things here, and yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Gotta keep the motivation going.
Yeah, we've had a lot of rants today.
Yeah, too many. I'm tired of it. I'm wore out of it.
What's worse is they happened organically. I don't think any of us started to pick a subject.
Dun, 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 dun. So what do you think, Karma? You're 7th level. You just started playing. Your third. I think this is your 3rd session. Already you're leveling up. Wow. Kyle will help you with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely need help with that from somebody.
Oh, it's
That was my
easy. It's
second
easy.
session. I'm already a level 7.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Like I said, I'm going to play some one-shots where you guys are 1st level and stuff. We're going to have some fun little side adventures. That'll be
Oh,
good
alright.
for you to learn how this game actually plays mechanically. That'll be good.
Definitely.
Kyle's going to use his... What is it called? Kineticist. Jesse's got a orc. Rawr. Thar. It's based on a character he made way back in the 90s. A barbarian orc. So he's
I
gonna
might
have fun
try
with
out
that.
a champion because I initially wanted to try out a champion, but I really wanted to play a healer.
Yeah.
So I went with the cleric. But maybe if we're doing a one shot, I'll try out the champion.
Yeah, try out whatever you want, you know. That's what it's for. Experimentation.
There's a lot of different classes, and they all have unique things.
What you doing, Walt? Hackmaster. That's another game I want to play, but I gotta keep my mind focused here. Squirrel's a big fan of Hackmaster. You'll like Hackmaster. It's a richly detailed game. You'll like, Kyle. But it's old school.
Nothing wrong with that.
Good morning, says James. James. RPG is dumb. He's the one that runs their Rifts game. I think I'm dumb. I think I'm dumb. I think I'm just happy. Do 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 do. Think I'm just happy. What band is that? Come on, you guys know that. What band? I can't even remember the song, but what band sang that lyric?
I think it was a little bit before my time.
Oh, come on, the 90s?
I was a baby in the 90s.
God, who am I hanging out with, man? Babies.
Yeah, like I was born in 94.
94?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a baby.
That's what you've always said.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I keep forgetting. I feel like you're older than me because you're so much more responsible.
It's like I said, Kyle is one of those old souls.
Yeah, that's
He's-
for sure.
He's definitely an old soul.
That's for sure.
Does anybody recognize that song, that band, that lyric? What is the band?
Oh, I didn't recognize it. I have no idea.
All right, the lead singer has the same first name as me. And it's not Fritz. I can't believe nobody recognized that. I think I'm just happy. Da, 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 da. Come on. 90s. That's your first hint. Second hint was first name is same as mine. Third and final hint.
Navarra.
What is it? What did you say?
Nirvana.
There you go. What did you say? Nirvana?
Yeah.
Wow. Nirvana.
I just go.
There you go. You just go get cheated. It's Nirvana. Kurt Cobain. Oh, well. I can't believe no one got that. Wow. Guess nobody was into the grunge scene back in the 90s. I
I was
was.
a baby. Like I was swaddling diapers.
Yeah, you were. A mere infant.
Like I was peeing on people in Walmart. Like I was having a blast back then.
So was I. I was rocking out. Partay. Kyle was a babe. A
Yep.
baby. All right, let's get off the age topic. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. Chop, chop, chop.
Ooh, Karma, you actually get access to 4th level spells.
Let me join your
Alright, you
stream
look at
there.
the spell list together.
Let me join your stream there and share what you're doing. You all set up, Karma?
Yeah, I'm all set up.
Okay, give me a minute.
I had to decide what I wanted to work on. I figured it would be most appropriate to work on Valor.
Mhm.
I'll stream Karma here. Go through this spell list.
So both of you are streaming?
Yeah, but I'm in Foundry, so
So she could watch your screen, and I could watch her screen. So there's a lot of stream in here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I guess that works.
Yeah, but we get access to 2 4th level spells.
Okay.
So out of this list, I need you to pick 2 of them.
Oh dear.
I have 2 laptops going, so I could watch both streams. Yup.
You know what? I'm gonna need to read them. So maybe right now is not a great time. Because I'm working on some art. So maybe, yeah, I mean, there's so many of them though. Like, I don't know what any of them do. I'm literally gonna have to sit here at some point and dedicate some time to reading these skills so I know what I want. Can we do it? Can we like do it tomorrow, where we'll sit down and I'll open up Foundry and you can show me how to access the spell list?
Well, actually, I can show you that right now.
Okay.
You go to your spellcasting tab, right?
That's not what she asked, but go ahead.
Well, no, like I'm just showing her how to
I
get
know.
in.
I know. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm sorry.
And then you just click spell preparation, and then
Okay.
you hit this little search bar.
That's it. Okay.
And then over here on the left, you're going to leave this one alone.
Okay.
You're going to click spell,
Yeah.
and then 4th level.
Gotcha.
But you can also click other spells since you're a prepared caster, meaning you could switch out, like I was telling you before, like if you didn't want to have this anymore, you could swap it out to something else.
Yeah, but I have to sleep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the next time we sleep, I'm probably gonna swap out my spell list a little bit, see what see what I can find that I like. Some of these spells I don't like right now, like Warrior's Regret. Not a big fan of it. I love Magic Weapon.
Well, there's actually 2 different variations of that:
Oh,
disrupting weapons and echoing weapons.
I might have to check them both out. If I could pick up another heal too, that might be nice. I don't know. Like I said, I'll check out the level spells another time because there's like a million of them.
Million plus one.
I thought there would be like 5 of them and I could like choose like 2 or whatever, but no, there's a lot. So
No, there's like 30 different spells.
just wait for now, and I'll probably need your expertise when I do sit down after I read them, just to kind of like bounce some ideas off of you.
You know I'm always around. We got you, Karma. We got you.
Where'd my camera go?
I can still see you.
Oh, I moved it. Oh, it's in the middle of the screen. Let me move that back to the corner. There we go.
And while she's doing that, I'm gonna go get me a snack, and I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Okay, Kyle. Stream. Let me put it up over here as well. I'll watch you on both laptops. There she is with the black again. Heavy-handed, I'm telling you. It gets scary when she does that, but it works magic, folks. Look at that.
I use white, pure white, and pure black at different grayscale variables, and I apply a what's it called? Yeah, gradient map afterwards, which takes the black and white colors and applies a color to each of those shades. And that's how I get like the blackest blacks to be blue tinted and the middle tones to be red or yellow or peach colored for skin.
Huh.
And usually I leave the white tones alone. And then afterwards I'll go back over it and I'll add specific highlights or blush or the Terminator between the line over here where I added the orange.
I see.
I've tried coloring without doing the black and white, but I find that it really helps to show me my values before I get too deep into color. So if something's not quite dark enough, I won't be able to tell necessarily if I don't do the black and white first. I mean, I know it comes with experience, but it seems to work for me for now.
Yeah.
My handy dandy smudge tool.
Yeah. She does really good work, Squirrel. Watching her do this, she's using Photoshop. She's been using it since she was a teenager, I guess. So
That's right.
she knows how to use this software, and she's basically she went to school to learn art, so she's got the concepts in her head, and she's a digital artist. It's really good artwork, man. You got to take this a little step further and make some money off it. I'm serious. You enjoy it, and you're good at it. That's the secret.
Thank you so much.
I mean, she's doing on her own here. She's making art for our campaign that we're playing in. She's just, making some character artwork for the players' characters. But man, could she go to town, man? She could make monster art. She could fill a whole book of stuff that we could use. But that's what I mean. You could make money doing this for a company, a publishing company, or just commissions to gamers. You really could.
Oh, I appreciate it. I don't have a lot of what do you call it? Like self-confidence when it comes to that. I always keep telling myself, I'm a student, I'm still learning, I still have a long way to go, and it kind of gets me stuck in the lack of pursuing such endeavors.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's actually a very, very good philosophy to have. Because you should always be a student, and you should always be learning. That's being humble. And it means you're always learning, because we are always learning. Whatever your craft, whatever your art, you're always an eternal student. There's always something to learn. So you've got that already. You're admitting it. So that's a good thing, Karma. That's a good thing.
Thank you.
She's working her magic. Let's see, what was I doing? Doesn't feel so magical to me, but keep at it. Don't mind me, Karma. I break out in weird, strange voices at times. I'm practicing my improv, And for some reason, I like to do old men. Some say that Otari is 95% old men. All the NPCs. There's that one halfling, though.
The one halfling.
Yeah, he's got an English accent. He's the mail deliverer. He's always delivering packages to young Althea. Thanks, Mum. He disappears. There is him. But everybody else tends to have an old man voice. I'm not going to do it here. I've done it too many times. But it is fun.
That lately, as I'm drawing, I'll hit certain stopping points and I'll get a little frustrated with what I'm working on, or something just won't look that quite right or something, and I take a step back and I take a break, and when I come back to it, I feel a lot more motivated, and so I've been doing that a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you can relate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Particularly with music, for some reason, because I'm a musician too, and when I'm doing, when I'm practicing whatever, guitar, saxophone, whatever, if I'm practicing, I really get intense in my practices. I just get into it for hours and hours. I'll be sitting there, and it's easy to become burned out. But I found, and this is similar to what you're saying, I could do this for days. And then I get to a certain point, like a week or two of playing constantly like this, doing my scales, doing songs, and practicing tab or whatever I'm doing. If I take a break, I usually take an extended break from it. I'll do this for a couple weeks, and then I'll take an extended break for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And when I come back to it, it's like I feel like I've learned and accomplished a lot more. I mean, when I get back into it this second round, it's like, ooh, this is a lot easier now. I don't know why that happens, but it's like giving yourself a break. It's like it's almost like bodybuilding, where you work, you break down the muscles, and then you rest. And when you rest, that's giving your muscles time to sew back together and build back stronger and bigger. It's kind of like the same thing with your mind. With me anyway, with music. I feel like I'm getting better when I take those extended breaks.
That's for sure.
Like you're really refreshed.
I find that sometimes I'll even take a small break and I'll take a nap, and that will kind of reset me. And whatever I learned from my previous experience when I was drawing, or if I had any insight that I gathered while I was working, it kind of settles in, and the nap usually allows me to come back and see things in a slightly different way sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Where if I'm looking, so for example, with the armor that I'm working on right now, I was looking at that armor and I said to myself, how am I going to color that? I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
So, I actually did take a nap, and now that I've picked it back up again, I can see where the shadows are coming out a little bit better. I know where I want the highlights to be, and I have the stamina to approach the project, because I was burnt out before. You get burnt out quick.
I get you. Squirrel says you're very talented.
Thank you.
Genuine mastery comes with the grave. So pursue your craft until the very end.
I love that.
Squirrel went to college for art. Ah, I didn't know that. Awesome, Squirrel.
What for? I'm just curious now.
Any specific type of art? He said art. Something in art.
I went to school for graphic design and animation, but I have since changed my personal preferences to digital painting.
Yeah. Zadarok. What did she say? Being alive every day is a learning experience.
That's for sure.
There you go. Guru Zadirok has spoken. Squirrel adds, note, I'll be famous when I'm dead. My sister went to college, went to school for art, and she's a oil canvas artist. And therefore, I'm kind of influenced by her. I read a lot of those books, one of which I have here next to my Hackmaster. But yeah, I look at that stuff too. I wish I did more with art, actual canvas and sketch art. I wish I could do that. And I do a little doodles here and there. I mean, my biggest accomplishment is I did a sketch of an eyeball. Which is not easy to do.
No, eyes are fun, but they're hard to get right.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I have a picture of it. Let me look and see.
Ooh, I want to see.
Look at me. I can draw eyeballs.
I had a craving almost to do a page of eyes, or at least a grouping of eyes, because I recently found a new tactic or a new technique that I saw online that I wanted to learn. That my eyes all had outlines around them for the longest time, because there's like an outline around the eye, but there's a technique where the eyes are softer and they kind of blend into the eye white, and it looks almost not just painterly but almost wet, like organic.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I got to learn that. That looks so cool.
Oh, I do have the picture. Ah.
Ooh.
Boy, it's a mega close-up, too. All right, well, let me share it. I'll put it on the stream. I don't know if you'll be able to see it unless you're looking at YouTube. Karma.
I do want to see if you want to.
I could show it in Discord or somewhere.
Yeah.
Can
Put
I?
it in the Discord.
Well, I could share my screen here, can't I?
Oh, you sure can.
Well, let me do that. Let me put it on YouTube first. Oh, the eyelashes are out of sync. It looks very rough, the eyelashes, but that's okay. I think the eye actually looks pretty good. You can see the little highlight and the depth to it. This is, by the way, this is a very close-up of the sketch, so you're going to see all kinds of stuff here. Let me get this off the screen. Let's do this. Actually, what do I want to do here? Let's do a display capture. That is what I'll do. Here we go. Here we go. Dun, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dun, dun, 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 dun. That's a close-up of the eye.
See here.
Now let me see if I could share it on Discord. Let me try it. So let me see if I could share my screen for you. Zaddy, there it is. There, you could check it out too.
Oh, I love that.
You see it?
Definitely. You got everything pretty much right there, too.
I don't know. The eyelashes are all over the place.
I would say
They're
you're
gnarly.
looking kind of from the bottom up, so the eyelashes are kind of in the right direction. The bottom eyelashes are, well, you don't want to critique. Never mind. I'm sorry. I just kind of sometimes I hop into that mode.
Go for it.
I would say the bottom lashes are slightly longer than I would personally do, but I've seen a lot of like long bottom eyelashes drawn in that fashion. Plus, it's a sketch, so that could be cleaned up if you decided to take pen to it, outline it, or bring it into a program and have it outlined and refined. You even have the shading in there where the shading is. So I like the detail on the iris.
Yeah, I did a second eye. I don't see that picture in my hard drive, but there was a second one I think is better. One of these was better than the other. I don't know if it was this one. I remember this one with the eyelashes was a little bit crazy and chaotic, but I don't know where the other one is, sadly. Yeah, that's my eyeball.
Yeah, I love it.
Thank you. A little sketching madness on my end.
I like drawing elven eyes. Have you ever tried that before?
Nope.
How do I jump out of the stream here? There we go. I gotta put the X on your camera. There we go. I will open up a picture that I just did with like these elven eyes.
Oh, I saw that picture. You posted it.
I wanted to get a close up of the eyes on it because we're talking about eyes, right?
Mhm.
So the eyes are the entirety, I guess, a sclera lens, so to speak, where the eyes are, instead of it being an iris, they're the entirety of the eye.
Yeah.
And I like the look of that. I think it's what do you call it? It's like I don't know. It's a stylistic choice. I know a lot of the elves in Elder Scrolls have eyes like that, where it's just like different, where their whole eye is the iris. I love
Nice.
drawing it. I could talk about eyes for days.
You could. Eyes are a challenge.
They are.
Squirrel says he did lots with oils, so oil painting was his jam.
Oh.
He did visual organization, painting, sculpture, and of course drawing. That was his education. James, on the other hand, he enjoys doodling, but his hands cramp up. He used to draw a lot as a kid, however. You'll make a handsome corpse, says Cal. Stephen Smith does nice work too. Stephen Smith sent me a sketch of a World War II German officer that I framed, that he sent to me all the way from the UK. And it's awesome. It's a beautiful picture. I'm going to put it up on my studio when I get all set up. And reminder, everybody, James is currently eating cold sausage.
Oh.
Okay? So cold sausage is on the menu today, all the way down under. We're all a bunch of artsy fartsies.
I love it.
Yeah. What could we talk about? Some of us are more fartsy than artsy, chimes in Nerdy Ogre. There you go, fartsy, artsy. Okay. Okay. A little bit of wisdom there from Nerdy Ogre. Today is Monday. Yes, it's Monday. A slow day
I don't
for
know
me.
where the weekend go.
Yeah. It's a slow Monday for me. Mondays are always slow for me. I take it a little easy on Mondays. Got up late today. James says, I wouldn't say I'm artistic, but I feel that way when painting minis. Well, it is an art. Certainly not a craft. You're basically painting in your style these miniatures. It's almost like it's almost like a coloring book, because you're filling in lines, right? You're painting parts of the model certain ways. So it's similar in that sense. But there's still a creative side to it. And everybody has their own creative style about how they go about painting a blue or a red for a particular model. Where it's interesting for us as miniatures painters, wargaming miniatures painters in particular, is that if you're a historical painter, there's another aspect we have to take into account to our art, and that is our reference material, our research. Because when we paint a blue jacket on a French Napoleonic soldier from, say, 1812 to 1814, it's going to have a certain color. There's going to be various grades of blue colored coats in realistic terms, because they fade. You know, that's just the nature of cloth. While soldiers are on campaign, they fade, they get dirtied. So you can become very creative with your interpretation of what those blues on these coats look like. It could be lighter on this guy, darker on this guy, more ripped and shredded and mudded up on another guy. Some weathering going on. The same goes with anything else you're painting historically. So there's this aspect of research that goes into your painting. You know, it's almost like you're recreating through your brush. So there's that. And regarding fantasy and science fiction, particularly fantasy, that allows you to be a little bit more creative as opposed to recreating you're being more creative with your painting, even more artsy. Because literally, your imagination ultimately dictates what the colors of this dragon really are, and how vibrant those colors really are, how far you take the highlights or how deep you take the shade. It's really a different aspect from, say, historical. So there's a different style there that you can take advantage of. That's probably more artsy. Getting deep here, folks. Sign up for our free art class. It's coming up soon.
Yep. I'm making the PDF for it now.
Howto.com. I'm going to be on there with me and Karma. We're going to be helping you with your digital and acrylic painting styles. That's right. Kyle's taking names. He doesn't paint yet.
Yep.
Come on, Kyle. You got to get in on this. Everybody in the chat paints. Even Karma does digital painting. No, you don't. Have you painted any of your models yet? A little bit?
No, I haven't painted them yet.
Oh, excuse me.
Still putting them together.
Well, feel free to post pictures of your progress. I'd like to see it, and so would a lot of folks, and it'll also inspire you. People are watching.
Yeah, I got some more of that good glue coming in that you had linked to me. Got more of that coming in Friday. I'll be putting a few more together then.
Nope, Nerdy Ogre doesn't paint, Kyle. You're not alone. Nope, he's not a painter. It's okay, Nerdy. We're with you. I'm sure you got your reasons. That's okay. But I know Kyle has minis, so...
Yes, I do.
Pressure's on.
What we're working on now, Fred?
And I know I'm sitting here talking right now. Reading the chat. I wouldn't say I am artistic, says James, but I feel that way when painting minis. I like trying new things when painting, says James. Being creative.
I know what's wrong with them. They're fucking...
Nerdy says, I got nothing to paint and no talent to paint it with. It's a learned skill. It's a learned skill, Nerdy.
It's true.
It's not about talent as much as skill.
No. Talent helps you learn fast. Skill is what you need. You need technical skill in order to get better at any craft that you do. Talent is in my from what I found, is just helps you learn faster.
Mm-hmm. The more you do it, the better you'll get at it.
True.
I've seen people paint things with their toes. I've seen people paint things with a brush between their teeth. So come on. What are you waiting for, Nerdy?
It's all about what you want to do with it.
Of course, he does need things to paint. I'll help you with that, Nerdy. I'll get you some stuff. I got you on my list. Send you some stuff.
Hey, Brett.
What?
I know we've been on the rant a lot tonight, so I actually have something for you. A funny little tale that'll make you laugh.
Lay it on me, buddy.
I was working today, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was hanging one of those doors up, and I just got it done. I just got it done. I just cleaned it like it was looking good. It still had an undented wooden finish on it. I walked away and I'm getting my tools all situated. Next thing I hear is this bang. I turn around and look. Some little short redhead lady walked headlong into the door. She was playing on her phone and not paying attention, and didn't think that I'd put the door on that quick and walked headlong right into the door.
Wow. Bang.
Like, that thing sounded like you just beat on something with, like, the old wooden baseball bats, like, that like, really crack when you hit something with it.
Yep, I can hear
That was what, like, oh, like, it was one of those kind of sickening cracks, too.
Mm-hmm.
But it was loud, like, the whole floor heard it, and, like, I'm standing there going, what the...
Yeah.
You couldn't see that great big-ass door there, lady.
Yeah. Bang.
Like, you couldn't look up for 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Yeah, like, she just walks headlong right into the door, just plunk.
Well, you can't blame her too much. It's the nature of our current culture. It's just, people are addicted to this because that's what's being put out in front of us. So, yeah, but that sound is ringing in my head. I can hear it so clearly. Bang! Boy, that's painful.
Oh, like, I felt so bad.
Ouch.
Because I still had the caution working signs up, and I'm like, oh, I feel so terrible.
Bang!
But sorry, not sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things where, it was sad for me because it's like, really, lady, like, come on, like, you just saw me drag a 60-pound door up here because she was talking to me whenever I was taking the old busted one off the hinges.
That's embarrassing.
And she was like, oh, but your guys are going to put a new door on? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to put a thicker, heavier door on here for you guys. It's got more core support, so that way if somebody goes, fist fighting in the middle of the hallway and they go pushing into the bathroom, they're not going to bust the door.
Yeah. Well, it did make me chuckle. Bang.
Oh, that wasn't the only head-on collision with doors I saw today.
Oh, boy.
I was walking up the back stairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Next thing I see is this door come flying open, and then there's this lady laying there beside the door. She fell with, like, a box full of, what's those things that you grow, like, bacteria in?
Those,
for, like,
Petri dish?
Yeah. She had a box full of Petri dishes.
Oh, jeez.
And she fell because, whatever reason. I didn't ask questions, but I did help her up. So I did the gentlemanly thing.
Oh.
I helped her up. And yeah, like, I'm walking up, and I hit the landing, and I go up the other flight of stairs, which means the door's behind me on my right. Next thing I know, there's door goes flying open, and there's this lady just laying there. And I'm sitting there going,
Goodness.
what?
Oh, man, stop.
So, like, I ran over and checked on her and made sure she was all right. She's like, can't believe I just fumbled half of my Petri dishes halfway across the back stairwell. And I'm like, well, thankfully you taped them shut, so.
Yep. Wow. That reminds me. I think I've said this story before, but there's another story, and this makes me laugh. It's hilarious to me. Maybe not you guys, but it is to me. But we were doing some drinking late at night out in the woods. Yeah. This is back in the day. This younger guy was up the road. He used to come down with a big case of beer. Kid. Not underage, but he's a kid. And I'm waiting down here in the woods, and I'm text messaging him. Okay, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna do some serious drinking late at night out in the woods. Just me and him. And he had a case of beer that we bought earlier. I bought, and it was up on his up the road in his house, out in his yard. He's only like a quarter mile up the road from me. I had it stashed up there. So we waited till late at night. I'm down here in the woods waiting for him. There's a road in the backwoods here that he can come down. And it's deathly quiet this late at night. And he says, okay, I'm gonna grab it and bring it down. He's gonna run down the road, this dirt road in the back of the house here. And I'm listening. I just got done messaging him. He's gonna go out and grab it, come running down the road, this big 30-pack of cheap beer. It's crazy. And it's deathly quiet. And I'm listening. And all of a sudden, I hear a crash. It just crackles through the night air. You can hear this crash, and it sounded exactly like he was running across the road, tripped and fell, and the case just crashed all over the road. And I could hear the cans rolling and crashing.
Oh no!
And that's all I heard. And this is like quarter mile away, so it must have been pretty loud. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh my God, he fell. He's running across the road so he doesn't get caught by the cops or something. He crashes on the road.
Oh my goodness.
And I messaged him, said, what's going on? Did you fall? He said, no. He did actually make it. I think he actually did fall and shattered things, but he grabbed it all and put it back in the case, and he didn't admit that he fell. I swear he fell, and just the beer went everywhere. Well, he eventually got down here with me, and we commenced the party. But yeah, I'll never forget that crash in the middle of the night like that. I could visualize him running across the road with a big case of beer and tripping, and it just going everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
I think he fell. He had to. I don't know what that sound was, but man.
Sickening, ain't it?
It was terrible. It's like, my God. Paid good money for that. They're probably exploding. You know that.
Yeah, be careful cracking them bitches open.
Right back.
So that's a story I'm not sure I ever shared before, but it made me laugh. Good times. Good times. Wow.
Oh my, but yeah, but today was the day, like, the doors were having their revenge. You could clearly tell they had enough of these people's shit, and the doors were getting even.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it, Kyle. I'm putting the finishing touches on another battalion of 10 figures. They're almost done. I'm just doing the muskets now. I've got the eagle to paint and some more muskets. 2 more musket barrels. That's it. We're pretty much done.
Got them knocked out.
Yeah. So that's my story. Got any more stories, Kyle?
No, not from today. Although I do one that's unrelated, but it happened years ago. I was in high school, right? And back then, like, the skating vibe was just starting to come out good. Like, Tony Hawk was big then.
Okay. 90s.
And we had somebody thinking that he was a Tony Hawk kind of... Good night, squirrel. Have a good one.
Take care, squirrel.
But we had one guy that thought that he was like Tony Hawk 2.0. Right. You can probably sense where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to ride the handrail.
Okay.
And he tried. That poor bugger tried. And he tried, and he tried, and he tried. And so one day, it was like this. It was warm, it was hot. And he finally hit it and did it. So long, and thanks for all the fish. All right, nerdy, I guess. But yeah, so he finally hit it and did it right. Huh?
Sorry, I just the phrase that he said was from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's right.
Ah, that's right. One of my faves. Go ahead, Kyle. Got a little
Sorry.
distracted.
Y'all are all good. But he was back there by the gym doors doing it, right? A little set of steps that went down, and then those big blue gym doors were there, and that's how you got into the gymnasium.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did it right, and he's over there showboating and, gallivanting around like he's a cock of the walk, right? He forgets that door's there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was open. And you know the old school doors, Fritz, like they had the rods that went across them to help prop them open.
Yeah. Yeah.
He jumped up and grabbed a hold of that, and the door slammed shut.
Wow.
41 stitches across both of his palms.
Ooh. Wow.
He didn't gallivant anymore after that. I don't know what the hell happened. Like, he had such kind warrior spirit there, and then just got neutered.
Yep, got it knocked right out of him. Wowzers. There you go, kids.
Yeah, don't play with big threaded rods. Just don't do it. Stick with the little guys. It's safer.
Damn.
That sounded so wrong, but we're going to leave it alone anyway.
We're gonna. Next. Careful, Kyle, careful.
Anyway, Karma, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Finishing up Valofor. It's about done. I'll send you the PNG with the transparency in case you want it. And I'm giving him a little bit of a red background to contrast the yellow and the blue from the foreground. Maybe I should do green.
There you
No,
go.
red's okay. Red's fine.
Uh-oh. Careful.
Decisions.
Okay, these are painted. Now I'm going to put the final touches. I'm going to clean them up with some black. Anywhere where the paint has come off, I'm going to repaint over it. Blacken it up a little bit. It happens. It happens. And they're done. That's what I'm doing. That's what's going on today, folks. Let me make this picture a little smaller so you can see what I'm painting. While Karma does the art there. There you can see her. And, ooh, it's dark here. Let's brighten that up. Increase our exposure. Yes, we need some exposure. There we go. Last night's game session streamed perfectly. There was no editing at all. So, yeah, congratulations. We did a great job on that. Stream went good. I didn't have any hiccups.
Session went good. I enjoyed it.
And the session was good too.
We were whooping ass and taking names.
So I've got one more episode to edit. I've got it in the editor now. Episode 68. There's only some minor edits on that, although I don't remember what they were. So I'll have to listen to the whole thing. Shorten it a little bit in the intro and outro. And yeah, volume levels. I think the volume was off on this one actually. That might have been 69. One of the episodes we recently did, one of them, the only problem with it was the freaking volume. Could barely hear us. So I have to go in and turn the volumes up on the whole thing. That's easy though.
I think it was 69, I think. If memory serves, you were saying that there was something wrong with the audio.
Huh, if that's the case, I already did it then. Yeah, maybe that's already done. So I don't know what 68 is then. I'll find out. What episode did Karma join?
69.
69, I think.
Yeah, that one's all edited. That's good. It's not public yet. But yeah, it's ready to go. Yeah, lots going on from episode 66 on. It's been a lot of crazy stuff happening in the campaign.
Lots of secret doors and worms to fight.
Well, we had a TPK.
Oh, really?
Yeah, episode 66. But not really a TPK. You'd have to watch the episode to see what happened. But
Gotcha.
That happened, and then you got introduced in 69. 67 was unusual that it was only me, Dizzy, and Kyle. I just put that up tonight. So that was different. 68, I don't remember.
'60th, where we had the mummy encounter.
No, that was 67. 67. I know that because I just put it up. I just edited it last night.
On the 68th, then we went. We explored. We got ambushed. I remember that because we were coming out of that room and we got ambushed.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You checked out that trap area, that trap hallway again, and that resulted in an encounter. So there was a battle there. And then what did you do?
I believe we withdrew, kept going, and we set up the safe room.
The safe room episode. Yeah, I remember.
And then
went to the north.
We went up and went to the right door on the right and kicked the door open, and then that's where the slug was, the first one.
The slug. The worm. Yep.
And then that next session, we fought it, and Karma was introduced.
Yeah. Okay, we're all caught up. Mentally.
Sorry, took me a minute.
Yep. One of those episodes. I'm gonna need red. And I'm gonna need black. And then we're done. James is tidying blister packs and board games today. Cleaning things up, are you? Good, 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 good. You still selling stuff, James? Or did you get all that stuff out and gone? All those 172 and 20 mil figures that you had. That's all out? He's more or less done.
What's up, James? How you doing? It's been a minute, my brother. I told you to check in, James. I told you.
Time to take a small break and find a reference.
There you go.
One more portrait to do.
One more, folks.
And then you have all my extensive backup characters to do.
Oh, aren't there? There's so many extra characters.
I have
Yeah.
9 extra characters right now.
Oh my god, that's so many.
I have 2 cavaliers. One's a gnome, one's an elf. I have a fighter, but he's different, Fritz. He's different. I picked the bow specialization. So he's an archer. I kind of made my own ranger. With a nice crisp plus 18 to hit on a ranged attack. I got a druid. I've got... I'm very tired, very trying to get motivated. I got you on that one, James. I'm just... They whooped me. But anyway, sorry, sidetracked. My bad. I've got a druid. I've got 2 kineticists,
2.
1 level 1 and 1 level 6. Oh, speaking of which, I should have bumped that guy up to 7. See what he gets at 7th level. Oh yeah, let's do it. Let's see here. I've got. That's about it. Halfling rogue.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry, Karma. I got enough to keep you busy.
I like the
Oh,
rogue.
you sure do.
I'm teasing, Karma. I have no interest in playing all of these characters, except for 2. I would like to play the rogue. I would like to try the archer. Actually, that's something that's different. I like to do the kineticist.
Kineticist.
That's that class. Whenever you were in here, whenever Fritz and I were testing, the one that's like the avatar. Which, it's a really solid class, but let's just see what this guy gets at 7th level. Let's just see. Let's be ornery. Oh my. This guy's broken. My kineticist class DC increases to expert, and I get kinetic durability. The sustenance of your inner gate counters harm that would come to your body. Your proficiency rank for fortitude saves is increased to master. When you roll a success on a fortitude save, you get a critical success instead. Oh my Lord, have mercy. I done broke up the game, Karma.
Don't worry, Fritz will still kill you.
Yeah, he would. Just drop a nuke full of those slug creatures on me. I'll be alright.
Rocks fall and you die.
It's as simple as that.
Well, no, because I command Earth, so that won't work.
Oh, that's fair. I see that.
I command Earth and Fire, so that don't work.
The ground underneath you parts and you drown.
Nope, I still command Earth. I can slap that bitch shut.
I don't know. You're gonna have to be more creative than I am.
We're with you, James. We're with you. Ah,
Yes, sir.
James needs some motivation today. He's doing some house cleaning and game room cleaning up and organizing. Trying to get his motivation on.
I was alright till about 3 o'clock, and then I just, normally I've got, stamina for days, but after about 3:30 hit, and I hung that 3rd door, I was just like, I'm kind of over this. I'm kind of done with it.
Yep.
And of course, I'm working by myself, and that's a pain in the butt. Yeah, after that third door at 3 o'clock, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of over this. I'm kind of done for the day.
I'm out of here.
And then the boss lady looks at me and says, oh, but you have another hour and a half. I'm like, God. Really?
The slowest hour and a half you had all day.
Slowest hour and a half of my life.
Oof.
Like, I got everything done. I looked at my watch and only 20 minutes passed. I'm like, son of a bitch. So I went and did some more stuff. Looked at my watch. I passed a whole 8 minutes. And I was just like, you've got to be joking. It was one of those, oh, come on moments, you know?
Yikes. Yeah, I remember watching the clock when I had a job, waiting for my shift to end. I'm sure everybody can relate to that.
Oh, I love my job, don't get me wrong. But I just didn't want to, you know. I didn't want to do any more of it at that particular point in time.
No, I can imagine. Hard to find a good reference with good lighting. Difficult.
Another battalion done. I'm finished with these guys. I'm going to set them aside. I got 2 more battalions to do. I think I'm going to do them tomorrow. I might paint a little bit more on one of them. Make it easier for tomorrow. Details, details.
You guys can help me out. Dizzy's character is the next one in the roster. What's your character like? I don't recall having the chance to really find out for myself.
Well, that reminds me. Episode 6-7, which I just edited last night, all night long. A lot of the edits that I had to take out of it was me referencing her as an elf. For some reason, I thought she was an elf, and I called her throughout the session the elf. Your elf ears hear something beyond the door. What do you do next, elf? You know, and she's not a freaking elf. She's an ASMR. Human ASMR. That was annoying. So when you watch the episode, see if you find a reference to elf that I missed. That would suck. Because I'd probably download it again and re-edit it. Get that one word out. Damn it. Anyway.
But yeah, Karma, she's an Azamar champion, liberator. Basically, that means she has liberating step.
Oh, that's cool.
And yeah, she pretty much liberates things. She got lay on hands and stuff like that.
Let me look at the Liberator. Let's look at the Liberator, Kyle.
What kind of personality does she have?
Curious, youthful, naive,
Okay, alright, I can work with that.
but at the same time, she seems drawn to the companions for some reason, like as if she's got some ulterior motive, perhaps a good one. She is, of course, a servant of Ayamode, a god of honor and justice.
Sue?
Is it Ayamode? No, it's Desna. I'm sorry.
Desna.
The goddess of travel and adventures, that kind of thing. I was thinking about your character. I was. That's you.
James, she's a stone cold bee hatch.
Stone cold.
Naive and stone cold?
She is naive. Her personality. She's a champion, right? Yeah, champion.
Yeah, liberator champion.
Liberator. Let's learn about the Liberator. Stop it, Walter. Damn it. Liberator. You defend the freedom of others. You gain the liberating step champion's reaction. That's a rule. Let me read more about what they're about, though. Champion's code. Doesn't really go into the details of the Liberator. Just that one little blurb. Well, let me read it. You gain the Liberating Step Champion's reaction and lay on of hands, which she's really good at using. After the tenets of good, she has the following tenets. You must respect the choices others make over their own lives, and you can't force someone to act in a particular way or threaten them if they don't. You must also demand and fight for others and freedom to make their own decisions. You may never engage in or take part in slavery or tyranny. It's just the way you are. You're a liberator. Chaotic good.
Chaotic good.
Chaotic good would be like Robin Hood.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't necessarily follow laws and stuff, but is good, is all about the people and helping others and putting others first. That's what chaotic good is. Robin Hood would be a perfect example. Chaotic good alignment. So I don't know if that helps.
That helps a lot. I think I found a reference that I want to use.
She chews tobacco and subscribes to Orcs with Pork. What? Says James. She chews tobacco. No. James is getting crazy in the chat.
Game's getting crazy. I haven't seen this in a while. I'm excited.
She licks the other players' sandwiches when their backs are turned and puts them back in the fridge. Terrible, terrible. She's a stone-cold bee hatch. Yeah, well said. Stone cold. Oh, kind of fits someone who would be a liberator and also a servant of Desna, because Desna's kind of that way, always traveling and adventuring and roaming the lands, always curious about what lies beyond the next wood edge, that kind of thing. She kind of plays it that way. Her curiosity gets to her, much to the chagrin of Kyle's character.
And Valafor.
Valafor. Oh, look, a bright light. We must enter it. The symbol, of course, of Desna is the moth. Or butterfly, rather. So maybe she's playing it to the hilt, Kyle. There you go. Moths to the flame.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. No, it's quite fitting anyway. There you go, Walt. Gotta feed my cat. My cats.
How is Walter doing?
Walter's outstanding. Being lazy. Hanging out in his bed donut behind me. He sleeps in a
His
big...
what?
His bed donut. I call it a bed donut because it's round.
Oh.
There's Volkmar, the strong. Got a link. Beer bash, drink beer, drinking beer. What?
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, it's him, huh? Yeah, there he is. Slapping it down. I want to use my family crest, says James. It's a fleur de lis. Terrier sailing chewed up boots towards an oasis. Karma must be taking a break.
Yeah, just checking a couple other options for references, but once
references.
I get that, gotta get a good reference. I think I found a pretty good one though. Good, I like this one.
Is that AI, do you think?
Might be. It doesn't really matter if it's AI or not.
I know,
Well,
it just looks, it has that look and feel of an AI generated picture.
I wonder if it is. I'm curious now.
Because you can almost always tell there's something just about them. It's like, yeah. It's a beautiful picture.
Yeah, I don't think this one is AI. Looks like it's done by somebody on Etsy, so I think this one's AI. But you know, AI is everywhere nowadays. It could be.
Fortunately.
Careful, let's not get into another rant. I could get triggered here.
I'm on the ragged edge.
Yep, let's hold off on that one.
James, we changed it in the 12th century after noble deeds. Before that, it was an outhouse being struck by lightning. Okay. It looks computer generated because they didn't have perming irons in them days.
Yeah. That's one way to tell.
That's one way to do it, I guess. Oh. Hey, Fred.
Mm-hmm.
Boss just texted me. He's like, you remember all those issues that you had today in the East building? I replied, yeah, it was a crapshoot of a day. Why? What's up? I reply, North Tower's worse. Be prepared. You're headed that way tomorrow.
Wow.
Ah, joy. And that was my reply. Oh, joy.
It's
So
right.
much fun.
You got this, Kyle.
Well, I don't mind the North Tower, but they have it off campus, kind of in a way. Like the other four buildings, there's 2 east and 2 west. They're housed on the actual, University Park, where North Tower is clear across the road, across the access point. So anything I need to do there, I've got to drag it with me. If I have anything to do, like a door, like I've got to drag the doors from the maintenance room, probably a good 400 yards to get to the North Tower.
Don't you have any kind of transport, little carts, or drive it over with a truck?
I'm really thinking about doing that tomorrow. I don't care what they say. Thinking about just dragging it out, throwing it up in the truck bed, and doing it that way. Be a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah. Give me the will to paint my Pony Hammer 40K. Pony Hammer.
Pony Hammer? What's Pony Hammer?
Same as Pony Finder.
Wait a minute, what? There's a game called Pony Finder out there?
Yeah. Look it up on Amazon. Pony Finder RPG.
Fritz, are you playing with me right now?
No.
I'm going to Google this. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
You're welcome.
Please tell me this ain't real.
It is. It's legit.
Oh my god. Here, Karma. Check this out.
The artwork is awesome.
They even have a My Little Pony Pathfinder campaign set.
Wow. Well, the art is kind of cool. I like the armor, but not my thing. Pony Finder. My goodness.
Like, I like that armor, and I like the longsword that guy's got in his mouth. But the rest of it, I can leave that shit behind.
I'm not a pony fan, personally. I hear it's a great show. I don't like horses. I don't know. maybe it's just me.
Probably don't like horses. So does that mean, Fritz, I should not bring in the Cavalier?
It's up to
Or
you.
might turn evil.
It's up to you. Take your chances. It's a gamble. Roll some dice. See what happens.
Like Karma just immediately sees his horse and just attacks.
Little did you know, Karma's weakness is horses all along.
Actually, that wouldn't surprise me. James said, if you paint your Marines MLP style, they just come and take your hard drive. James is on one tonight. Like, wow. I haven't seen James this fired up in 3 months. I like it, though. I like it. I'm not a brony, but I had a gambling debt in Hong Kong, so my body is covered in MLP tattoos. Oh, boy. Okay, James, I can honestly say that you've officially made me speechless. I have no response to that.
Condolences, basically.
And of course, A stands for My Little Pony. That actually took me a minute to figure that out. I'm ashamed.
Acronyms. Let's see what Karma's painting or doing there. Oh, there she is, getting the basic structure going there. The frame.
Oh, Volk, you sent it to him. I love it. I just told him about it. That's so funny. Sorry.
What was that about?
Oh, the Pony Finder. I told Mark about the Pony Finder, and he's like, "No, it doesn't exist. I don't believe you." And then
No, it wasn't that I didn't believe you. It's that I didn't want it to be real.
he didn't want it to be real.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, there's a big difference there.
And then Kyle sent him right like on cue the picture of the Pony Finder. It was
Ta-da!
like,
Right there's your definitive proof. First of all, who would play something like that?
I don't
Like-
know. I don't
Probably
know.
ponies.
It's a relatively serious take on it too. Like it's not made for it's not necessarily for kids. I don't think. I don't know. If you like little furry animal type games, well, maybe.
One thing missing. Where's my blood? Where's my gore?
I'm sure it's in there.
James said, game idea. Napon Olonic. Napononics or something like that. And then Marshall Apple Jackman. James.
Napoleonics. He's got pony in there. That's what it is. Napoleonics. I got it. You know what Napoleonics is, right, Kyle? Napoleonics.
Sir,
Well, that's a play
sat
on
in
it.
here many a day.
That's what I'm
Watch you
painting.
paint Napoleonics.
Good one, James. I got it. Whoops, I painted this white. I shouldn't have painted it white. Boy, I was lost in there. Whoops.
I got you distracted by the Napoleonics. My bad, Fred. I
Yeah.
apologize.
That's what that was. That's okay.
Trust and believe. I've had a day of mess ups.
Paint some pom-poms and plumes. Plumes. Gotta paint some plumes. Little things. 'Cause I'm getting tired, so I gotta do easy things.
How long you been at it? Maybe time for a break.
We've been here for a while, ain't we, Fritz? We've been here since what?
Stream is 3 hours and 46 minutes.
You've been painting the whole time?
Pretty much.
Almost.
Yeah, time for a
Almost.
break.
Maybe a couple hours. I just got up not long ago. That's the thing, and I haven't eaten because I stayed up late editing. So I slept today. So it feels like I'm more exhausted than I should be. Computers drain you.
Yeah.
They absolutely do.
I do this every day for 3+ hours, every single day. Every single day I am staring at this frickin' thing, painting, running games, and whatever else I do. Research, YouTube, whatever. It's just, it drains the soul, life, energy right from you. Strange sucking sounds. Kyle, run for your lives!
All right, I'm going to roll for initiative. Mine's already been sucked out of me today.
How many chambers have you heard that in?
Oh my, let's see. Well, we first heard that, I believe it was level 2 going into level 3. Whenever we fought that fog creature, didn't it make some sort of sloshing sound?
I think maybe the library level, the one with the ghoul queen and the ghouls. Remember they had the, I think there was a slimy gibbering mouther in there in one of the rooms.
That
Arthurian
was
stepped
third
in it.
level, Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they used it as a trap against me. Yeah, they tried to trap me with the spit, basically.
Chaka chaka cha.
But I do like that targeting, Fritz, since we're on the topic of the adventure. I do like that targeting feature.
I do too. It makes it convenient to know if you hit somebody or not. You don't have to ask for freaking armor class all the time. Or click something separate to find armor class. Let's read something. Alright, so let me see here. I'm going to have you pick a number. Kyle, you're first. I'm going to have you pick a number. I want you to pick a number from 1 through 1 through 20. 1 through 20. Give me a random number between 1 and 20. This will choose the book.
16.
Ooh, okay. 1. Oh, how do you like that? I just had this out. Wow, that's number 16. Okay, now I want you to give me a number between 1 and 600.
380.
You probably know what book this is.
Pathfinder Core Rulebook.
Yes, it is. 380, did you say?
Yes.
All right. Carmen, I want you to give me a number between 1 and 2.
Whole number?
Whole numbers,
Yeah,
yes.
whole 1 and so 1.
Carmen, I want you to give me a number between 1 and 7.
3.
All right, so here it is. You have to guess what I am reading. What is this pertaining to? This is what I am reading. Are you ready?
Okay.
If the target to be tracked is willing, the duration is 1 hour. If you try to track an unwilling creature, the target must attempt a will save. Critical success, the creature or object is unaffected. Success, as described, and the duration is 1 minute. Failure, as described, and the duration is 1 hour.
Shadow Mark.
First of all, what is it talking about? Skills, spells, effects, feats, magic item. What do you think that might pertain to?
I'm going to say feet.
What do you think, Karma? Take a wild freaking guess because you don't really know the game too much, but
Spell.
you have an answer, James? You want to throw in there what you think that might be? Or anybody in the chat? You'll win a painted army. Compliments of Kyle. I'll wait a minute here. See if James wants to throw in his hat. I'll read it again. If the target is to be tracked, again, if the target to be tracked is willing, the duration is 1 hour. If you try to track an unwilling creature, the target must attempt a will save. And then it describes the success levels. This is round 1. All right, nothing from James. So we're going to say, Kyle, you're absolutely wrong. However, Karma, you are absolutely right. It is a spell. Now, I'd like you to try and figure out what this spell might be. Give me a number between 1 and 7.
Six.
Good choice. This is a huge paragraph. The best choice right there. This spell grants perfect sight based on scrying, allowing several willing targets to track the exact movements, and you can help her with this, Kyle, or position of one creature or object. Choose one target creature or object in the area to be tracked. It becomes the censor for the spell. Up to 5 unwilling creatures of your choice in the area, can see a ghostly image of this creature or object when it's out of their sight. They can perceive the creature or object perfectly, allowing them to ignore the concealed or invisible conditions, though physical barriers still provide cover. Now the question is, what do you think? Let's do it this way. What spell level do you think this is? Feel free to join in, James. What level do you think this spell is? Give me a number from 1 to 9. 1 is really easy. 9 would be like earth-shattering, powerful.
A more powerful spell because of how much text it has, so I'm gonna say like 5.
Okay, what do you think, Joms? Between 1 and 9.
3.
Okay. What about you, Kyle?
I'm gonna go like 7, 8, mostly 7.
James, you are absolutely wrong. Karma, you are absolutely wrong. Kyle, you are very, very close. The spell level is 8.
Wow.
So I'll give you that one. Now, with that information known, what do you think the name of this spell is? There's 2 words. The first word, or the second word, is observation. But what is the first word?
Keen.
Huh?
Keen.
Keen observation. Okay, that's the name of the spell? Okay, what do you think, Karma? What's the name of the spell? Something observation. Level 8.
This is not easy. Let's see. We're gonna say it's Keen was really good. Perceptive observation.
Okay.
Okay.
James, what do you think?
Situational observation.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Situational. That's a good one, yeah. Karma, you are absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
James, you are absolutely wrong. Oh, that was an extra long one. Kyle, you're absolutely wrong. The answer is unrelenting observation, a level 8 spell, page 379 of the core rulebook. There you go. It's arcane, it's occult. It takes 2 actions to cast, verbal and somatic. Its range is 100 feet. Its area of effect is a 20-foot burst, and its targets are 1 creature or object tracked, and up to 5 other willing creatures. And I won't read the rest. So there you go. Unrelenting.
Oh my god, your drawing is very pretty. Like, I'm liking where this character is going.
You like that?
Fae. Yeah, a little bit Fae
good
looking.
Look at the eyes, man.
Yeah.
Oh, gone. Oh, it looks
I
terrible
appreciate
now.
it.
What happened? It's blind. Oh, there it is. Wow, yikes. What is happening?
She's winking at you.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
She's good.
Blinking out of existence. That's what that is.
But yeah, that's nice. Like, you should keep working on that. You could definitely. I mean, there's no shortage of people self-publishing games and rules and stuff that definitely are always asking for artists. You know, like,
I agree.
build your portfolio with a little bit of paid work. You know.
Be nice. It's a goal, that's for sure.
Well, the thing is, if you just charge a friend $100 for an evening's work, you know, that's portfolio material, and it gets published. That's perfectly usable for, you know, building your profile. That is paid work, you know. It's how people are doing it. Most of them are drawing wolves with boobs. Which are just like like it's funny. There's so many things I see on the internet that I don't understand. That I just realize I'm getting old, and like I grew up in a time without the internet. I like just don't make those kind of mimetic cultural connections that people do between really disparate ideas. Now that it's been around for such a long time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just waiting for my brother to go, yeah, I'm a street pirate. Basically, I've got a sail on this skateboard, and that's how I get around.
Yeah.
Where's Kyle?
I'm here, Bubby. I'm here.
You gonna join me in my Napoleonics campaign?
No, I am not, sir. I
Aw.
apologize, but no.
I've already started work on the cuirassiers that are like just big, heavy ponies with breastplates sitting on the back of like exhausted Frenchmen on their hands and knees.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't have ponies riding horses. That doesn't make sense. You gotta flip it.
Yep, I agree. Pony
Just need
fighting.
John Longshore.
Pony
Just need John Longshore in here to say it. Color scheme, spray them white, paint red lipstick,
Yeah.
add a grave rake. Did I see Ian in here earlier?
Yeah, he was in here. I was talking to
Oh,
him.
it's a rare sighting. That's nice.
Yeah, he's in
Is he good?
He'll be here for a few days. He just had a 2-week fishing trip
Nice.
over there in the UK. It's his new hobby now. You know, he spent 2 weeks with friends and stuff. He's feeling good. Josie's doing well. And everything's as it should be. Put it to
That's
you that
good.
way. Yes.
That's good.
We'll see him tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I might hazard getting up a little bit earlier. I rose at like 9 a.m. and yesterday I started cleaning the games room up a bit because like I have some nice stuff, but it's all over the place, and like
You do.
you know, sometimes I can't easily find, you know, if I were to say to someone, "Oh, let's play this game," I might have to spend a good half hour looking for it.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try and correct that today, and I'm gonna fish out like 3 things from my pile that I'm gonna work on for the rest of the month. But I don't know if I can do 40k because like I get very worked up over the idea that I'm gonna make a mistake and then just kind of go, oh well, this guy's just a practice guy. Whereas I don't seem to do that with other models. Maybe it's because I'm like conscious of how much they cost. I don't know.
Huh. I don't know what to
But
say
I
about
get
that.
very kind of like,
What are you trying to do? Paint them precisely, you know, and like they're needing to be painted, or you just?
it's not so much even the painting that's the problem. Like I find that like relatively okay considering my limitations, but it's putting them together that I really struggle with. Like physically, like I, you know, my hands kind of lock up and I get a lot of pain and stuff like that. So that's when I kind of make mistakes and kind of go, oh no, I've put this guy's head on this body and should have dry fit it first, and you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, like I have, once they're together, like the painting part I actually find relatively easy, relatively enjoyable. Like it's the assembly and the like cleanup and stuff that's really hard for me, and it's just because of my, you know, my problems. So yeah, I'm kind of working up to it. But I spoke to my brother yesterday and he's still only painted 1 guardsman, and I'm like, now I feel guilty, so I'm gonna have to get stuck into them soon. It's like I should be leading by example. I should be like going, oh, you know, it's all ready for you to come over and play. You just take your time, and you know, I'm the one that, you know, been on him about playing this stuff for ages. So I'll work up to it. I don't know. I just the first like couple of sprues for Marines, like I kind of put them together wrong, and that's why I just kind of painted them as practice. Otherwise, I would have just started the Crimson Fists by now, you know, like proper.
Don't worry about it too much. Just get the brush out and paint them and move on with it. I find that when you're painting big collections of models like that, I mean, it's a big army and stuff. What you do is you start off small and just don't try and complete each model. Don't complete each unit. Like, you see how I paint. You know, I get all the basic stuff done. I worry about the shading and highlighting later. You could do that later. Just get them so they're base painted at least and nice and clean and move on.
You exercise like a good amount of discretion where you're like rank and file, just kind of tabletop standard, and then your main guys you might spend a bit more time on.
Yeah,
eventually. Like your sisters are really special to you.
Eventually, you'll get to them. I mean, it's a lifelong project. I don't see ever completely finishing any of this stuff. It's a lifelong endeavor. So why bother try finishing it all in one go? Just do a unit at a time. Maybe a character you might take a little farther, you know, just to get them on the table. But you got your options.
Well, the painting part I don't really find that much of a challenge. I enjoy that part. It's the struggling with my hands when I'm, you know, trying to put them all together in a way where they stay together, you know. Although the push fit is quite helpful. The first box I opened, I didn't even notice that they were numbered, so I just started randomly I had no idea that it was, you know, I thought it was just kind of like a North Star kit where any head will fit on any body or whatever, you know. But that's all right. Those like few spare guys I have left, I'm actually going to put some like Crusader helmets on and see how that comes out. You know, maybe change some of the weapons for like medieval weapons.
Yikes. Okay. Well,
I really like that Black Templar look. Not so much the color scheme, but the robes and the extra bits and bobs. Like, same with Dark Angels, you know. Like, I feel like Crimson Fish should have a little bit of that religious kind of iconography. But yeah, the actual painting part, like, I enjoy. I actually found a little strip of 6mm High Elf archers that I did the other day. You can dig that out and show it to you if you like.
Yeah, let's see.
They were finished ages ago. I painted them so long ago. But they still hold up okay. Actually, I think they're swordsmen. Let's have a look. Find the strangest. I found them in a drawer. Like, how they ended up there?
You had them in a drawer?
I just, like, in the lounge room. You know, I pride myself on being, like, really tidy.
You
I'm
put
like,
in a drawer.
this end up here. Let's have a look. It's in, like, a little baggie with some, like, Reaper bones that I didn't know I had.
Baggy it is. Let's see if I can capture this for the screen.
Here we go. Where am I? Yeah.
What the hell?
Focusing?
Oh yeah, I could see him. Yep.
Yeah.
Very good, James.
I mean, you know, 6mm. So, painted their hair and stuff on the back.
Yep. Little
Oh.
tiny guys.
Very small.
So how that turned up, I'll never know. But, you know. Yeah. Some annoying Reaper Bones minis. I must have got these a long time ago.
The detail on that guy.
Oh, I love Reaper Bones. Nice. He needs a good prime.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good bruiser of some kind. Might give those to my brother to have a fool around on.
Purple. I need a purple. Yeah. Sounds like you're just lacking motivation to get up and do something.
Yeah. I kind of just want to, like, get someone else to put the 40K for me.
It's just too.
And then I'll paint them.
It's too hard because of your hands, and you just don't want to mess with it because you know you're going to make mistakes. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. I just seem to, like,
Pain in the
screw
ass.
them up and, like, yeah.
I get it.
I mean, you know, some days are better than others, like, and, you know, it's, like, not so bad, but some days, like, I'm in so much pain that I can just about, like, feed myself, have a shower, maybe do a bit of a tidy up. That's it, you know?
Yeah. Ian is
So-
the same way. You know that. He's got horrible
Yeah.
arthritis, and he has to cope with that. Doing the same thing, putting these 40K models together. And
Yeah. But I spoke to my lawyer today, and she was encouraging me to hang on. She's like, you know, because my concern was that they've left it so long that the surgery I was going to have might not be the best thing. Because it's kind of degenerative, right? So, you know, she was saying, you know, don't give up now after all this time. Like, we'll send you to a new doctor to get, like, a more updated picture of, like, what's happening back there. See what the best way forward is. And she's like, if you can't have any surgery, she's like, that's more reason for you to, like, push for compensation and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens.
You haven't been compensated at all yet?
I took money out of I took money out of what would be my 401k, but that was my money. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't from there. Yeah. So no, I haven't received. I did get a wage paid to me for a little while, but that was it. So,
Well, I hope that goes out for you because, man, you'll be set for life.
maybe. I mean, I've already had surgery on my hands and my feet in the last couple of years, so it's like I'm kind of disinclined to do more just for the sake of it. Like, I kind of have a weird feeling that if I just keep trying to get fitter, like, that's probably going to have more of an impact than more cutting. But yeah, like, I certainly, considering how much money I made for my company and, like, how hard I worked, like, yeah, absolutely, I, you know, feel like I should be entitled to something, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
But the main concern is always health. You know, that's always the priority.
Yeah, you gotta look out for yourself.
Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna pack in the case and just kind of try and see if I could get work from home or something like that. And Rhea was like, "You're in a lot of pain. Like, are you sure you can, you know, sustain that?" So yeah, like, I'll keep hanging on. Payday will come. We'll see.
1 second.
But yeah, that's kind of
Okay,
why I
give up.
bounced around a lot. I've kind of bounced around a lot between different projects because sort of when I build a few and just kind of screw them up and fool around with them, I actually get a real feel for that sprue, and then I don't make any more mistakes. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I've been trying to. Because, like, with my earliest English Civil War guys, they were just terribly put together. You know, like, nothing worked. And then, like, the second or third kind of batch of just a few figures, like, they're really solid now, and you know, I know how to kind of put them together. But I do have to kind of screw up about 5 or 6 before I kind of always factor that into my miniature purchasing. I'm like, you know, maybe 10 out of a box of 80 are not going to make it. I'm sure other people have the same issues for various reasons. You know.
Yeah.
but I do miss having like really good control because, you know, for example, drawing, like I love drawing, but yeah, like I just don't have the same fine motor skills anymore.
I'm still trying to
But
imagine.
all of these,
I'm still trying to imagine
oh,
what
sorry.
I'm still trying to imagine what your injury was, because you've told me numerous times. And I don't want to get detailed, but I still can't visualize what happened to you. I know you were in the technician field,
Yeah.
but
So
how?
basically, I have like a degenerative disc disease, but like nerve damage in my hands as well, and like the pain has hung around for so long that like there are neurological changes, and you just kind of end up in kind of chronic pain because your brain is like telling you that you're, you know, like even like quite light activity is like really inflammatory, and that comes from overuse primarily. That just exacerbated and accelerated the discs breaking up and the nerve damage in my hands.
So your job advanced this problem you had.
Yeah, quite considerably. I was working like 60, 70-hour weeks. I like was barely at home. I was flying around the country, working
Wow.
in basements, carrying like, you know, really heavy equipment everywhere, like big water tanks and stuff on my back and ultrasound equipment, drills, and yeah, like it was pretty intense.
So
I was fixing probably about 40 machines a week, like 40 different pieces of medical equipment a week. So yeah, working around the clock.
So it was just physical. The physical labor itself is what did this.
Yeah, like sheer
Intensity.
volume. Like
All right.
that kind of electronics work shouldn't normally, like it can affect you, but like it's more that coupled with the volume, and working conditions were always pretty
Yeah.
kind of improvised. You know what I mean? So
Damn.
not terribly ergonomic. And we had this really ridiculous kind of, almost like, I say this critically, like very American kind of way of tracking output where, you know, the quality was really low and, you know, mistakes getting made, but like, you know, you'd have heaps and heaps of machines coming through, whereas I was like much more, you know, this is somebody's life, so we'll do it properly. You know, and that just meant I had to work a lot longer hours to kind of match that output, you know, and keep the quality. So they're always doing this thing where like you had to kind of rationalize down your workspace and the amount of steps you took and stuff like that. So at the start of my job, I was walking around the office a lot more and stretching a lot more, had more room to move, and by the end of it, I was like really chained to my desk. Just to hit those numbers.
I've been there. I've worked 70, 80 hour weeks, and it just it sucks because you know your workload
like
goes.
it definitely does. It definitely does. Yeah, I don't miss it.
They don't slow down, and they don't, you know, give you proper time to recover either.
The funny thing is, when I worked there, I always felt like I was kind of in trouble. Like, but then when I actually spoke to other people who worked there and got much clearer idea of some of the people who came before and after me, like, sounds like I'm probably one of their best, you know, and they just kind of knew that I would always take them very seriously, so they'd always kind of like put a rocket under me to like move my overhead even further, kind of thing. I was making like $1 million. The repair department of my company was never profitable till I came along, and then they were making like $1 million like twice a year, you know. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
And my error rate was so low that like I think I had like one machine returned in like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
You know, unheard of, basically. And I had no electronics background. I just read the manual, learned how to use the tools.
Wow.
You know,
Be right back.
That's the first step in starting anything, James. Is
Holy
you
smokes.
know, I can't
Yeah.
tell you how many things I fixed that I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but I read a manual
Well,
or I watched
I
a
was very proud. I was very proud of that job because I don't know. Before then, I always just had kind of, administrative jobs or customer service jobs, and they kind of didn't really go anywhere. But in that job, I was like really kicking ass. Like. But it's not worth your hell.
No,
You
it's
know,
not. And
to be a
and
glorified chip assembler, thanks.
I've learned that lesson the hard way. Like I said, with my last job, like I went 9 weeks, 72 hours a week. You can ask Fritz. The only time I was home really was for Sunday session. That was it.
Well, I knew something was up when I flew to the US, and I realized they had a different team of people working on each different machine, whereas like I just did them all. Like, I was like, okay, like your volume is a lot higher, but like maybe you're kind of squeezing every bit of life out of me. Like, possible that you could even just hire me a helper. Like, geez,
Mhm.
you know.
Hopefully, they can get you sorted, James, and hopefully it's still treatable. That's my big prayer for you.
Well, the thing is, it will get worse up to a point, and then it will stabilize at that point. So, it's slings and roundabouts kind of thing. Surgical intervention might help a lot. It might actually be a bad idea. What we're trying to figure out. I'm not too worried about stuff like that, but yeah, it would be nice to have them like kind of accountable for like the conditions that they're. Because I spoke to like a technician they had there, a guy before me, and he was like, "Oh, I'm so much healthier now that I don't work there."
Wow.
He's like, "That place like added 5 years." Like, okay, all right, interesting.
Wow.
It's funny though, like all those kind of doctors that you see like in insurance and stuff like that, they're so corrupt and like just not interested at all. They just tick a box. I had one guy sit down, and then he took a phone call for like half an hour of like a 40-minute meeting, and then he just came back in and spoke to me for 5 minutes. I was like, is this even legal? Like, holy heck, it's like pretty interesting, like eye-opening experience.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they get away with that shit a lot more than they should. Like, my mother was a registered nurse for 30 years, and whenever she finally got out of it, she was like, this is not what I signed up to do. Like, healthcare was never about how deep your pockets were. Because mom worked operating step down, and she also worked the ER. And she's like,
I've seen financial paperwork for American medical costs because of where I worked, and it's like the price gouging is ridiculous. Like, you are overcharged for like everything. Even a packet of Band-Aids, they'll find a reason to charge you $40 for that. Like,
But mom used to tell me stories back in the day, right after she first got started there. They would treat anybody. Didn't matter if they were homeless on the street. If they needed care, they got care. The money was not even really thought of. And she's like, over time, it just became this thing of you want healthcare. How deep are your pockets? And that's kind of one reason why mom retired whenever she did. She's like, I don't that's not how I was trained. That's not
We
what
we
I
had
am.
a family doctor who was like from Hong Kong, I think, a Chinese guy, and he was our family doctor for since like my mum was a teenager. And he was harsh. He was to the point. He didn't mess around. He'd tell you exactly what he thought, but you could trust him, like, you know, within like he just always had your back at the same time, and he knew like every generation of my family. So I think he'd be long retired now, but that was always like, oh, this, Dr. Live will sort it out, whatever it is.
And it's just it's sad, really, that our own people are supposed to be healing us are basically asking how deep your pockets are before they administer any sort of care. That to me is just, pardon the French, but fucking ridiculous.
Well, aside from my tobacco habit, all my other habits are pretty reasonably healthy. I eat a lot of vegetables and fruit. Spend a lot of time outside now. Sunshine, fresh air. Because it's the best insurance you can have. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, take it back into your hands.
Exactly. And sometimes that's exactly what you have to do.
Mm.
And it's sad that they're giving you the runaround on this. It really is, James.
I'm not the only person. There would be people who are in chairs and stuff going through the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm conscious of. Like, I've been through some interesting procedures and stuff. Like, they stuck a needle in my neck and like hit the nerve and then chuck you out on the street. And I'm like, what the hell was that? Like, is that supposed to make me better?
Wow.
Right into the spinal cord, like pretty intense.
Yeah.
But really, like, taking care of your own health is the best thing you can do. That's all I can say on the matter. And yes, I will knock smoking on the head eventually.
But hey, as long as you're up and going around, and you're still here to have a chat with us and all that, I think
I have such a good. I really look forward to these. It's like we do cover a range of topics. Sometimes, put our galosh in the mud, but like,
Oh,
yeah. And I don't know. I just I want to get back into my rhythm, because when I was last doing this, it was really easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tallied up how much Kings of War I have. I've got like 13 armies, and each army is somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 points. Some of them might be just a bit under 1,000. So probably about 15k worth of
Wow.
Kings of War. I'm like, I want to show that off. Like, I have so many ideas. Like, even in some ways, like, the injury has been like a real teacher, because like I've learnt so many things about painting fast and like quick techniques, washes and speed paints, like, because I've had to, right?
Mm-hmm.
I still want a good result. I can't bring myself to like have them look terrible, So it's really forced me to like go, what can I do with rattle cans? I don't want to do the airbrush thing, but like, there's an amazing rattle can factory in my city. They do something like 100 different colors in matte, and they're perfect, like that kind of thing.
Okay, and that's all you need.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's forced me to like learn a lot about how the materials work, and like, it's still more satisfying, like block painting and highlighting things up and then washing them and highlighting back up. It's still more satisfying painting in the traditional way, but those things, like I'm kind of now at the point where I used to just be Mr. Shortcuts. Now, especially with like Citadel miniatures in my life, where whatever you say about the company and its rules or how it does business, you can't argue with the plastic, you know. So now I'm still Mr. Shortcuts, but what happens is about a quarter of the way into painting, all this detail that I didn't even notice is revealed, and I'm like, well, I got to paint that.
Mhm.
You know? So it's interesting. It's like a, you know, a bit of a growth thing.
And
But I've probably only painted about 15 miniatures in like the last 3 months. It's not very many, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're having to relearn everything again.
A little. But it's good because I can go to an old head like Fritz and go, can I get away with doing this? Will this work? Yes or no? And you can help me with stuff like that. But also I come back to him and I'm like, have you ever tried medium? Have you ever tried this? Have you ever tried... You know what I mean? And he's like, well, no, because I paint the traditional way, but I'll give it a go, like, see what happens.
Yep,
you know?
exactly. I got all kinds of
Always-
stuff here. You sent that I've never tried. John does the same thing. He sends me all these inks. I've never really been into inks, but I'm starting to explore these inks, and it's cool. I'm learning new things.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful for that because we're always learning, right? So,
Yeah. My thing is, if I'm not, like, sharing what I'm doing, like, if I just did this completely, like, alone, it's hard to be motivated.
yeah, it is.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But, like, if I kind of spread the enthusiasm around and kind of magnify it, you know, I keep wanting to come back to it.
Well, you were coming into the chats with me painting. I know you're taking a
Yeah,
break, but,
you know-
you know, keep that up, man. Come on in and
I
do
might
some
say-
painting.
I might set my alarm for tomorrow.
What time?
Well, what time is it here? Okay, so it's now 11:29, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how long
honestly,
ago did you start?
tomorrow it'll probably be similar because I usually stay online until Jesse gets here, which is he don't get here until like an hour from now, and then we paint an extra couple hours.
Mm.
So yeah, when I start streaming around 4 o'clock, I'm good for the next 8 hours. So you could join in any time.
Yeah, and I'm normally in here with him too, so I can be some moral support and we can
Read
talk
the chat
about
for me.
games we play.
Well, you've got models to put together, Kyle, and
I
Yeah.
do.
the thing is, you know, I'm such a psycho that, like, if you see, I mean that in a positive way, like, if you see, like, them to the end and they're, like, painted and stuff, and I see that, I'll probably just send you some Romans as well. You know, like,
Yeah.
probably send you just a small box, but, like, yeah, I'll probably do something if you paint them. If they just sit there, like, you just hear, like, whoosh.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. Like I'm saving up again because I got cash coming back in again. So
Mhm.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
getting that money flow back going, getting my savings built back up, and then I'm gonna buckle down. I was looking, a buddy of mine has an attachment from my desk that basically
Fritz has got an
folds out.
excuse. Fritz has got an excuse because he's got to paint everyone else's minis as well.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, we're always in here. Like I can, like I'm always around shooting the shit, or like Fritz said, I'm reading the chat, or we're talking about Pathfinder or stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, jump in here with us, James. Come on, now.
Yeah, I just need to do it a bit more consistently. It's like my brother said to me. He goes, "Oh, what do you think of my guardsman?" I was like, "It's excellent." I was like I said to him, I thought it would be good, but I didn't think it would be that good for like a beginner. Like I was like, you got it. And he's like, I'm starting to think it's actually just more of a habit than anything else.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, kinda.
Well, it's practice. the more you do, the better that you are. Right, Fritz?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fritz is
But
indeed.
yeah, I want to thank the Russian president for putting me off buying one to 70-second scale by making it suddenly very expensive.
Yeah, I guess they are. Man.
Well, so many of them are made in Ukraine, right? Like, that's where a lot of the factories for that soft plastic are. So
Really?
I'm like,
Huh.
yeah. It's funny because I went to like Plastic Soldier review and they're doing 1/72nd scale of the current conflict. I'm like, really? Like, just you can't give it like 10 years. But I guess it's happening in the neighborhood, right? Like,
Grapes.
yeah. Anyway, that's as much as I want to touch that topic at all. Like, I just,
Yep, good thinking.
I don't really have a strong opinion on it, other than I'd like to see it resolved, like one way or another. Soon. Yeah. Like, but, yeah, like. I was kind of getting all fired up and like looking at dioramas and stuff people were doing and going, oh, it's so much more affordable. And then I jump online. I'm like, once you factor in the postage and stuff, it's actually cheaper to like buy like Warlord and Perry's, and it's like, well, why wouldn't you? Like in that case, like just easier to get, even especially through things like Amazon. Like. It's all there. More's the pity.
Speaking of which, guys, I'm falling asleep on my keyboard. I'm gonna go crash.
Sleep.
Yep, I'm gonna go crash. 5 o'clock comes early. Fritz, I'll see you at 5.
You will. I get a message every day.
Travel well.
You take care, Kyle.
And yeah,
Travel well.
something that you might want to try is get like a bigger pair of tweezers, like a large pair of tweezers. That might help your hands with the dexterity of putting the models together.
Clamps.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking about that actually. Like a armature. One of the things I do for like painting is I've been buying these like little wooden blocks, like craft blocks, and using them like to stick the models to.
Yeah,
For like spraying and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just using double-sided tape.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That would work. But I'll see y'all in the morning.
All right,
Kyle.
catch you
Take
later.
care. See you, Kyle. Oh, rocking and rolling.
Oh, I was watching Discourse talking about 10th edition. Like,
The recent
I
one,
really
the recent
don't.
video.
Yeah, I
I
really
saw
don't have the. I don't have the same. I don't think it's that bad. Like, I think it's at least a step in the right direction, right? Like, of course they're gonna do the GW thing, like of like trying to. They told you they were gonna sell you codexes.
Mm-hmm. That was.
I mean,
cool.
even with those old Marines, it's like it's a shame, but it's like, how are they gonna keep the tooling going for those old minis and like do all the other stuff that they've got in the pipeline?
Yeah, that's true. I'm not worried. Whatever it is, and I'll play whatever it is at that time. Because
Just try it,
I'm
see
gonna-
what happens.
I'm all in with 1-page rules, dude. You know that. That's my number one.
Yeah,
So I don't mind.
yeah. It's not really I mean, they're kind of a mini company first and foremost, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at them. The rules is like just,
They're fun.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm gonna play all the older editions too, which won't change on me. They
Well,
are what they
I watch
are.
Bring in Battle. I watch Bring in Battle play third like all the time. You know, and second.
So I'm not.
Some of the
I'm not
figures
too concerned. with it.
ancient. Yeah, I think it only really matters if you're into the competitive side of things.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Primarily. She did say
Mm.
that even the non-competitive players are getting a little bit ticked off at this stuff because it's having such an impact on the game, the way it plays, that even the players like me are getting kind of upset. Things aren't mechanically
Well,
working.
some of the armies are underpowered a little bit, like Admech, Guard, Sisters a little bit. Voton were overpowered and now they're underpowered.
Yeah,
Tau.
imagine that.
Most close combat armies that don't have a horde rule, like I don't think orcs have the same kind of horde rule as like Genestealer cults or Necrons where they come back. Or there's like more of them, but they should probably just give those guys that. I kind of feel like even as someone who really likes Space Marines, like there are just too many chapters for them and too many units. I feel like it's the fact that they have to like pay so much service to Space Marines might actually be impacting on their ability to work on the rest of the game.
Maybe that's a good point, actually.
You know, would it really be so terrible if Space Marines were just Space Marines and you had special characters? Like, I don't think it would be that terrible. You know, it's like even Kings of War, like they've got like 17 or 18 armies and probably like 26 lists. But the thing is, every single one of those lists shares units with at least one or two other lists. You know, like Wood Elves taking Air Elementals, or Northern Alliance taking Elves and Dwarves. Or, you know, Stone Trolls being in Dwarf armies, or Tundra Wolves being in Orc armies, that kind of thing. You know, like there's just that tiny bit of overlap that kind of makes it, you know, fun. Whereas like a lot of the 40k things are kind of disparate. I kind of always just felt that, you know, Space Marine should probably be one entity and just get like a few special rules for the different chapters, and that's that.
Sounds like the old days.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the old days. That's the way it used to be. Second edition,
Yeah.
third edition to some point, but that's when they started to take off and become factions outright.
Even Chaos, like in Fantasy Battle, Chaos was always like multiple factions. You know, with the Chaos Warriors and Barbarians and Beastmen keeping them apart. You know? I feel like there's still some bloat to be addressed there. But other than that, I think they're going in the right direction. If you read Ninth, it's like, holy heck. If it's Sunday and you're standing on one leg in a field, roll a d6. Look at this amazing cheekbone. Check this out. Not me.
I'm looking at you. Then I realized, oh, wait a minute, we're talking about her. Drawing. All right, okay.
That looks awesome.
Threw me off.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
James. I was staring at your cheekbones for a while. talking about.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, I think the other thing is like people need to actually see more that you can use those minis with other rules. Like it's not like the police are going to come to your house and say, "Cut this out," you know. Like,
Yeah.
I sent my brother a copy of Xenos Rampant, and he was, I think he was a bit skeptical at first, and then he started reading it, and he was like, "Oh, so we can just kind of build, and it's not going to have any like weird surprises." Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of in
But
that
yeah, I
situation.
do hear a lot of
Go ahead.
I do hear a lot of conflicting. Like some people say, "Oh, you know, in 40k, shooting is like more powerful than the melee phase now by a large margin." But then all the armies that they say aren't doing well are all the shooty ones. So, you know, it's possible that the lady does protest a bit too much, you know.
Could be. That's a good point. Having played ninth edition, the terrain rules were god awful. They were horrible. They were confusing. It's just they were described in a way that was unnecessary. They were clunky to work with. And so, you know, there's rules like that. And so when 10th edition is being complained about, one of the complaints is the terrain rules work clunky again. They're horrible. I can believe that. I could believe some of the mechanics of the game actually just don't work smoothly, and that is a pain.
Yeah.
I can understand that. I can understand that being the case.
Well, the flyer rules aren't great in 10th, but like, I don't know, I just don't really feel like I would even buy a flyer for most armies that, I mean like a high range flyer, like not something that leaps from objective to objective, but I mean like a plane. You know, I probably wouldn't do that in that scale. I'd probably like do that for BattleTech or something like that, you know, like.
There.
The Space Marine transport rules are annoying as heck. Like, shaking my fist.
Jesse was telling me about he's a power gamer, so he knows all the tactics, like the Death Star formation. He was telling me about the what was it called? It's what the Sisters of Battle do. What was it called? I don't remember. But what it was is that you put all your sisters with flamers. You can do this. You can have a unit full of flamers. You put them in a rhino, and on the first turn of the game, you just send them across the table right at the enemy's back lines, and immediately jump out of the rhino. And they've all got these close combat attacks with flamers, and it's deadly. It's very deadly. I forget what he called that. Yeah, I guess I'll have to try that on him. Like he don't know it. Power gamer.
Well, I've got a.
Is that I
Sorry?
play? I says the only way I can contribute is that I play Darktide, Warhammer Darktide sometimes, and
Cool.
and I play a. Give me a second. Gotta remember. Preacher with a Thunderhammer and a Flamer on my back end.
Yeah, my brother plays that as well. You can be a guard as well, can't you?
There's
Like Imperial Guard.
There's Sharpshooter, there's Psyker, there's Preacher, and then there's the really Ogren.
Yeah. He loves playing. He's basically shown me like most of those character modes. He was playing a Preacher in one save and like a Sharpshooter in another. I didn't know you could be Ogren, so that's cool.
Oh my gosh, they're so big.
Yeah.
They're huge.
Yeah.
They're fun though. I played an ogre.
I am an Ogren. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
that's about that and Vermintide are the only things I know about
Is
Warhammer.
Vermintide an RPG or a war game?
Darktide
'Cause I
and
know it's
Vermintide are the same game. So if you know Darktide,
Okay.
it's Vermintide is there's there's 4 different characters or 5 different characters you could choose from, and
So it's like a first-person shooter, but Warhammer, like just like Darktide is.
Yeah.
Like a first...
it's like first-person melee shots and shooting. You fight a bunch
there's
of
some
demons.
there's some puzzles and stuff as well, aren't there? Like
I
little
don't think
minor.
Mhm.
Well, you got to find keys and
There is.
and whatnot.
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like sometimes you have to like run the explosive barrels over to the door to like while you're being attacked,
Mhm.
stuff like that. It's like little like mini games to play,
Yeah.
to open and buffs to get as you're going. It's a lot of fun. I love Vermintide. I love Vermintide.
I put a bunch of videos of Vermintide on my channel, James. Didn't you see them?
Hmm.
The latest.
I'll have to check them out. I'll have to
Vermintide
check
2.
them out.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite games.
It's
Haven't-
great.
Haven't played in a long time.
I'll play with you.
Yep, we'll have to do that. Co-op.
I called dibs on Kruger.
You got him.
I like playing the Holy Grail, I guess, version of him.
Yeah.
They have this.
I'm gonna
new
pop out
Bella-
and make some more
okay.
make some more coffee and listen in.
All right, James, pop in again if you want. I'll be here when Jesse gets here.
Sure, I'm gonna work on tidying. Like, listen to you guys and
You
get
are.
started.
Ambience. That's what it's all about.
Catch a thing.
Alright.
Love the drawing.
You.
How do I live without you? Oh, it's this one.
There you go. Blink. There he goes.
Mm.
Right now I'm playing Darkest Dungeon.
Ooh. Taking a break? Oh no, you're not. You're painting.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Oh, but you're playing it often. Is what you meant.
Yeah. Actually, I'm only playing on Saturdays. Haven't had time to play it otherwise, but it's my channel campaign
Oh.
where I got players. Some of the names of the characters are, based on the people in the chat. So, yeah,
That's cool.
I got you in there. I told you that.
That's right.
Yep.
Which is awesome.
Got a Karma as a Vestal. I got Dizzy as a Vestal. I've got Kyle as a Hound Master.
Ooh.
I gotta get Jesse in there. Bunch of people. James is in there. I forget what he is. I think he's the occultist. Yes, the occultist. You're the occultist, James. It's a good game, though. I do enjoy it.
Is it multiplayer or is it single player?
It's single player, but there is an expansion for free, which I have, and it's called the Carnival or something. And what it does, it allows you, when you go into the Carnival area, it's a multiplayer thing. It's basically a place where you can gather with other people, and I never did it. But I think it's a competitive thing where everybody takes their faction of 4 guys and they fight against each other.
Interesting. So PvP.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I've never done that. But it is an option. Which is nice, I guess. Options. 4 viewers. Boy, we're dying here. 9:51, 10 o'clock. What's going on, folks? We got the paint along here and digital art tonight. As we got Carmen here doing some digital art. Tell us what you're working on. What is that?
This is for our Pathfinder campaign. One of the characters played by Dizzy. I don't know her name though. Character's name eludes
Lyra?
me.
Lyra.
Lyra. That's right. I thought it would start with an L.
That's it. Lyra, the champion liberator.
That's right.
Yeah. Who I mistakenly thought was an elf. Oh yeah, that's something unique about her. She is an Asimar, so she has an angelic aura or appearance about her. So that's something.
That is cool.
Yeah, keep in mind.
Like the white hair, and sort of like a
Yep.
glow to her.
Yep. Yeah. She found a good picture for her character. I like the picture she has. That's a
Yeah,
good
it's a good one.
representation. So yeah, you could go off of that. Asimar. Kind of the opposite of a tiefling.
Makes sense. That's so it's like an angelic character, an Asimar. Asimar.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool. Are they not human?
No, she's human. She's just somewhere in her bloodline, her family's bloodline, there is the touch of the celestial, a touch of the angelic, and that's where she gets her Asimar from.
Gotcha.
But she is human. She's discovering her powers and what it is to be an Asimar. It's coming out as she plays. And in this case, she is a follower of Desna, and she's a champion, so that kind of explains a little bit too. Kind of drawn to that celestial good side of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, that really pops.
Yeah, folks, we're going to be here all week, Monday through Friday and Saturday too. And Sunday, maybe. I might live stream one of our sessions one of these Sundays. We'll see what happens. But otherwise, it's Monday through Friday. I'm doing the paint-alongs. Me, some folks in the community get in here and paint, talk the hobby, do some digital artwork, perhaps. Yeah. And Jesse will be popping in tonight. He'll be working on his Golden Boys. Saturday, I do my Saturday with Fritz. That's where I hang out and I play some video games. Right now, I'm playing Darkest Dungeon. Bring folks in the community into my games, of course. If you're curious what that is, check it out. Sunday, of course, is my game day where I play some Pathfinder with these folks, including Karma, who's here with me tonight, drawing some of our characters. Great group of folks.
That's some color. I feel like I can't stare at black and white for too long.
So answer me this, Karma. Are you available for commissions?
Yes, I am available for commission. I do have a price sheet, but currently I'm only accepting like single characters rather than group pictures or multi-character shots and stuff like that. Something that like that. Unfortunately, I feel like would be detrimental for me to do because it would take me so much time to try to get it to finish. So currently I'm open for like good portraits, full body shots, stuff like that.
Good to know. Is there any way people can get a hold of you?
I have a Discord. I'd love to
you do?
get my Discord out. So it is on Discord. It is Karma, Karma 4884. If you want to just message me if you are interested, my DMs are open.
Capital K?
Not lowercase there, but I don't know if it matters if it's capital or lower. But it says lowercase on the Discord there.
Karma 4884.
That's right.
I just put it in the chat if anyone's
Thank you.
curious. That's your Discord.
That's some color.
Let's see what Jesse says. Ooh, what happened to my thing here? Well, there we go. Ooh, look at the color. Nice. Nice, 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 nice.
Like I said, I can't stare at a black and white picture for too long. I usually take a break after I finish sections and I add color to it as I go. Personal preference. A lot of people don't like to add color until the very end.
It's really good, I'm telling you. Damn. I say this because, like I said, I have a lot of friends that are doing this kind of stuff, and I see the quality of the work they do. This is at least comparable, if not better in some cases. So you're right up there. So, yeah, you need to pursue this.
I'm definitely interested in trying to. That's for sure.
Sure your boyfriend wouldn't mind?
That's for sure.
Yeah,
A little bit of extra money. I mean, unfortunately, I'm currently jobless.
It's all right.
So,
Get time to work on this now.
that's for sure. Until then, I keep practicing my craft and try to get as good as I possibly can. That blush.
So Jesse will be here if you're still around. He's coming in. I messaged him. He joins me. Let me do a little painting for a little bit before we call it. It's the only time he gets to do anything.
The painting draws? The painting chats?
Mm-hmm. Well, at the end of the night, when he gets out of work, it's the only free time he has to paint. So I hang out with him.
Good. That's awesome. Good to have art friends.
Yeah, it gets things done. Right, Karma?
yeah.
Right, Karma? Right, Karma? You're getting things done.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm getting a lot of I've been a lot of drawing lately.
Yeah.
It's all your fault.
It is. It is. True story. I'll take that. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 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 I'm getting a lot more done than I planned tonight. Hell, I might get everything done. Wow. Of course, I haven't even eaten yet. I'm really pushing it today. Yes, I am.
Something.
Look at that. You got some blush going on there.
Oh yeah.
Let's not get crazy with the lipstick. Careful, careful, careful.
Be really careful, otherwise it looks really tacky.
Yep. See, in painting miniatures, like with 28 mil, you can paint the lips, but you have to be very careful. And I don't often do it, but I think you always paint the bottom lip only, with a little bit of, you know, like a pinkish red, like you're doing there, very soft. But you don't paint both of the lips. You never paint both of the lips, or it just stands out too much and looks like lipstick.
Right.
So you always paint the
especially
bottom lip.
Yeah, something that's small, you want to be subtle, you know. Makes a lot of sense.
And like the highlights that you're doing, there's same kind of thing. You got to get the bridge of the nose, the upper jawbone, also the bottom of the chin and the top of the forehead, just the little spots. That's where your highlights go, basically like you're doing.
There's a lot of similarities between, you know, painting miniatures and just painting in general. And this is digital painting, of course, but you know, a lot of the techniques are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta check to see what color eyes she has. White.
Eyes, you can paint in 28 as well. The techniques I've used that I recommend is always paint the whites of the eyes as like a, you don't want to paint the top of the eye. You want to do like a, I don't know how you describe it. It's, you basically don't want to paint the whole thing white. You want to paint like from the middle of the eye down is going to be your white. It's almost like it's got the eyelash, the eyelid. You know, so you're not painting where the eyelid would be, you're painting underneath it, so that you got a flat top and then you've got this circular kind of crescent at the bottom. That's all white. And one trick I do with the pupil, a friend taught me this, and it works great, because one of the problems with the pupils and painting eyes in general is they tend to have that stare to them. They're always looking forward and they look like a freaking zombie. Or if you don't get the pupils lined up right, it looks crooked, and it's easy to spot with your human eyes. You can spot little things like that. It just doesn't look natural, so it's difficult. So what a friend taught me to do is when you paint the pupil, always put it in the corner of the eye, as if the face is actually looking to the left or the right. And doing that, for one thing, is easier to do. And I'll tell you, man, I've seen some close-ups of him, the models he's done doing this, and it looks like they're looking right at you. And it looks so natural. It's unreal. Just put the pupils in the corners of the eyes instead of straight in the middle. You put them on the corners like their head is facing one way, but they're looking to the left or the right. So easy to do, and it looks right. You don't get that dead stare, you know, where they're just looking straight forward, almost zombie-like. Yeah, it gives them a little life. Interesting.
White to you.
Of course, what do I know? I don't paint eyes too often. And he was doing this with 18 millimeter figures. That's just slightly bigger than a half inch. They're tiny.
Oh my gosh,
We're talking,
small.
Yeah, eyes.
Wow.
Some of you folks listening here might know that friend's name is Paul Alba, my friend up in Scotland. Yeah, that's what he does. Paints eyes on 18 millimeter figures. First time he showed me that, he showed me a picture of the model, and I looked at it and I said, I know that guy. I think I saw him. That's how real it looked. Okay, let's see what else we can do. Let's see what else we can do. Do some backpacks. For that, we're going to use red brown for the backpacks because they used cowhide for that. So we're going to use a red brown. Reddish brown. Specifically, it's called red leather. Number 818. Vallejo model color range. 818. That's what I've been using recently for these backpacks.
Add something special. Let's do an overlay. Yeah. Airtime. Okay.
So, did you have any questions about Pathfinder so far? Or game sessions or anything about it so far?
I mean, I'm a little slow at the uptake rather of like looking for certain things on my screen. I'm still getting used to Foundry a little bit, and I think I understand the battle system. Pretty simple, three actions, and I'm starting to get used to that. The role play is coming more naturally too, so I think I'm hanging in there so far. I just have to learn like what my spells are, so I can more comfortably maneuver my character in a way that I would build it and stuff like that. But I plan on sitting down probably tomorrow and reading the spell list and seeing what I like.
Good. Any questions? You know who to ask. Kyle and me.
Absolutely. For sure.
So next week, we won't have Rachel there. She's in her big move. So she won't be in the session. So we'll have, hopefully Dizzy will get in here. Dizzy, Kyle, Jesse, myself, and Karma. So we should have four players and a GM. That's good.
Good group, yeah.
That'll be a good session. We'll continue exploring. You'll be trying to figure out what in the world are we doing in this dungeon to begin with. What's going on here? You'll learn that slowly. I intentionally left your background kind of fitting the actual player's background. You really don't know what's going on. There's plenty to explore when you get out of here and visit Otari itself.
I know they said they wanted to go back and do some shopping or something along those lines.
Oh yes, shopping. Yeah, they're needed some supplies, some extra things. They're well received in Otari, of course. They all recognize the companions, the heroes of Otari, they're known as. So they're well received by most in town, including the mayor. Rin Savixi, of course. You'll find out who that is soon enough when you get there. She's a good benefactor of the group. As well as the Dawnflower Library. Althea used to work there. She still does. When she's not being a hero. Yeah, there's a lot to learn, a lot of good stuff to explore. I think our one-shots, I'm going to base them in Otari. And we're going to do, say, level 1 characters. I'm going to play a few little one-shots there, so it'll help you learn about Otari as well as the game. All in the same timeline. So,
Right.
That'll help you learn too. It's all good fun. Pathfinder is one of those games that its strength is its versatility with how to create a character that you would want to create from your imagination and make it mechanically fun. It's all about the mechanics of your character and how you could represent it in the game. It's very versatile. I mean, just about anything you could imagine, you could probably create, with permission, of course, from the GM.
Right.
All kinds of ancestries to pick from. Of course, I don't usually allow all of them. All kinds of classes and backgrounds are available to you. Again, not all are available to you. Alignment is going to be gone with the remaster. If you don't know, Pathfinder 2nd Edition is currently going through an update of sorts. It's not a new edition, it's an update. It's called the remaster. And they're going to have new core books available in November. And you might hear us talk about the remaster in Foundry. Some terminology has changed now. You might hear us say the term off guard. Well, that's a term that refers to previously what was known as flat-footed. Now it's called off guard. So you might hear us mention both of those terms. They mean the same thing.
Oh, gotcha.
As we begin to adapt the new terminology.
Mm-hmm.
Another strong point of the game is that its economy and its simplicity with its core mechanic, which you're experiencing now. It's very simple. It's very easy. For your first RPG, you probably wouldn't know otherwise, but it is very intuitive and very simple.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of its strong points. And one of the things about it, which isn't my favorite part of the game, it does have a tendency to play almost like a computer game, a computer role-playing game, with trees of advancement. Skills are linked. There's all this synergy between skills and feats. So it does kind of feel like it in a way. If you've played computer RPGs before, it's got a little feel for that, and it kind of progresses as you go through the levels. You kind of get that vibe if you're familiar with role-playing games on the computer.
Right.
Not one of my favorite parts of the game, but I understand it. It's all good. I don't mind it, so my players love it. They always get all these new little abilities and stuff as they go up in level, so that's nice. That's nice.
Fun.
So, some people love that, some people don't, but one of my favorite parts is probably the detail. It feels very detailed and deep, and it is. And it's done in a way that's very elegant. I don't want to use the term simple, but we'll use the term elegant instead. The way the rules, are so easy and intuitive to learn and to play, and yet it's this very deep game. I like that aspect because I like crunchy games. A lot of substance to them. So I like that.
Found it pretty easy to pick it up so far. It makes a lot of sense, and it's intuitive for sure. So
maybe I mentioned this before, but everything you do in Pathfinder has actions related to it. There's an action for just about everything. Well, not everything, but if you want to raise your shield and take advantage of its armor class, you got to raise your shield. If you want to move across the battlefield, you got to take a stride action. If you want to use your medicine skill to heal somebody that's dying, you use a treat wounds action. And all these actions take so many mechanical actions. Some things take longer than others. Maybe this action takes one action, this action takes two actions, and this action takes three actions. And remember, you only have 3 actions in a 6-second combat round. Mm-hmm. So there's that. So everything's got an action. But the nice thing about this is that the actions are very descriptive. Like, to move is called a stride. To attack somebody with a weapon or something is called a strike. So what does that mean? That means when you're describing what your character is doing, you can be very descriptive here, a narrative almost. Like, I stride forward towards the door, I kick it open and draw my sword. All these are terms related to actions. Drawing a weapon, striding, a strike. After kicking the door open with your sword out, you raise it up and you strike the vile goblin before you twice with a series of blows and pokes. That's how you could describe your actions. You don't have to say, okay, I have 3 actions this turn. Okay, I'm going to use my first action to stride forward to the door. I'll use my second action to open the door, and my final action, I'm going to draw my sword. Now, you could describe it that way, or you could use the wording of the actions and actually describe it in a more narrative sense, like I did formerly.
Right, right. That's something I should probably work on.
I wish all my players would do that. I do it. I try to be an example. But yeah, I think as you get more experience with the game, you tend to be more descriptive and narrative with your descriptive when you play. Like when you use your... What? No, you don't have liberating step. That's dizzy. What do you
That's
have?
dizzy.
You have lay on hands? Oh, you're a cleric.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're not a champion. You are a cleric. So when you cast a spell, you know, at first you're going to put it in the chat. We're all going to read it and learn the mechanics of it and what it does. But after you get used to doing this, especially with the same spell, you're going to get more narrative with your description of what you're doing. Like, what's that one spell you cast last? Remember the sword appeared next to the opponent?
Hey, that was not was it spirit weapon?
Spiritual weapon, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, what does that look like? You described it as a sword. That's important because it can influence the damage, I think. But what does it look like when you cast the spell? What does it sound like? It's verbal and somatic, so you're moving and you're speaking. What does those words sound like? Describe what it sounds like and what appears. Is there a glow that appears? Is it blue? Is it red? Is it multicolored rainbows? What does it look like? So think of those things when you cast your spells. Like, do you stretch out your hands and whisper to Iamode, strange chanting, and suddenly this blue glow erupts from your hand? It shoots forward towards this designated location next to Arthurian, or Bjorn in this case, and it appears. And what does it look like? This bright sword, this image, this symbol of Iamode appears next to Bjorn with a fabulous glow of gold, perhaps. You know, think about this and feel free to describe what the other characters are seeing. That's part of the fun of role-playing.
Yeah, I definitely am going to give that a try.
It makes it more immersive for everybody at the tabletop. But this comes with experience with the mechanics of the game, and, you know.
So funny because I have absolutely no problem in text form explaining detailed roleplay scenarios, but when it comes to voice, I freeze up.
Yep, isn't that something? It's like you need everything written out.
That eventually, though. Once you cope, I think you'll be great at it.
Blah 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 da da da. Working on some bed rolls. Or no, these are overcoats. Let me make this a little smaller. There we go.
Alrighty, I think I'm gonna at least take a break, but definitely get out of chat for a bit and take care of some stuff. So I will talk to you later.
All right, Karma, thanks for joining and getting some stuff done with me. I appreciate it. And
Yeah, as always, I always enjoy it.
As always, you're welcome whenever you want to pop in. And I'm in one of these open chats. Go ahead and do it. Public chats, I mean. Go ahead and jump in.
Alrighty.
All right. Take
Have
care.
a good night.
Take care. Toodaloos. Okay. Blanket rolls. Got those done. Boy, I'm getting a lot done in this session. I'm definitely going to finish these all tomorrow, if not tonight. And then it's off to basing. That'll take about 2 days. Well, gotta super glue them to their bases, and then I gotta let that dry. So typically I'd leave that set for a day. And then the next day I would do the speckling, texturing of the bases. And that I'd let dry for a day. And the third day would be giving the bases a wash with the dip. I use strong tone dip. And that usually takes a day. And then on the fourth day, they're all ready for flocking. And that usually ends it. So that's my normal process for basing. Don't know if I'm going to take that full 4 days to do this, though. I don't think I'm going to push tonight with this. I'll just get them done tomorrow and then get them based. Sometimes I could put them on the bases, and if it dries satisfactory, I'll put the spackle on it the same day. And that would be day one. And then day two would be the dip. The dip I definitely have to let set for a day. So it's probably going to take at least 3 days. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 2 to 3 to 4 to 24th. What is it? 31 days this month? 31. So, oh yeah, we got time. 1, 2, 3. That should be it for the basing on Thursday, and then Friday, shoot videos, take pictures, and send them out over the weekend or on Monday. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, we could do that. All right. That means the next few days we can kind of take it easy. You know, we'll do a little bit. I'll finish the painting on these and then base them, and then we'll set that aside and do whatever. The next day we'll put on the spackling. That's quick and easy, and then we'll do whatever else we want. So it'll be a little bit relaxed this week with the painting. We could do that. Awesome. Not much to do now. I don't think I'm done, am I? Oh, I gotta do the muskets. Yeah. These muskets, yeah, they need to be done. I gotta do all the muskets. That's a lot. 2-step procedure with that. I just paint all the wooden parts flat brown Vallejo, and then I paint the metallic parts and fittings and bayonets with a Vallejo steel 065 model air range. Flows really nice. It's a little bit bright, but that's okay. Oh, shrimp. Well, what I'll do is I'll linger here for a little bit, and then I'm going to do, I think I'm going to end the stream, and I'll be back with Jesse. I don't know if we're going to be public with that, though. It's getting late. 10:30. Everybody's drifting anyway, so that might not be a bad idea. But I'll still be in Discord painting away either way. I will be back tomorrow, of course, around the same time. We'll do the same thing over again. Let's see who joins us. It's good seeing Ian today. That was good. Didn't see John or Arn today. Johnny Longshore and Arn Master. Arn Man. Arn Master. Where'd I get that from? Arn Man. We all know and love Arn Man. And I'm going to get something to eat. All right. That's what I'm going to do. All right, folks. I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good session. Thanks, everybody, for joining in. Again, Max, Ian, James, thanks for popping in. Of course, Carmen, Kyle. Dizzy, if you're out there, we're missing you. Come on in when you're feeling better. And everybody else. Fantastic. Nerdy Ogre. James Wesovich popped in today. I haven't talked to him in a while. So I scroll through my chat here. Spartan, he was there. Haven't seen him in a while. Of course, the Squirrel. Cal. Yeah, good stuff. I appreciate it, you guys. And everybody else that's watching, whether you're lurking or chatting, it's all good. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. So, folks, you guys hang in there, because it's only going to get better. And I'll see you guys soon.